Good evening and welcome to the March 9th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. We are coming out of a 4:30 special meeting that was a closed session, and I'm going to ask the city attorney if he has anything to report out from that session.
Thank you, Mayor. On items 1A and 1B, both matters were heard, but there was no reportable action taken.
Thank you. And now, I guess, Denise, let's call the roll for the next.
Mayor, I think you have to adjourn the special meeting.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to adjourn the 4:30 meeting and commence the 5:30 regular meeting of the Santa Monica City Council for March 9th, 2021. And could the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Parra.
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember McKeown. Councilmember McKeown. I didn't hear you. I see you.
I said here.
Okay. Councilmember Brock.
Here.
Councilmember De La Torre is absent. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Here.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Here. And now we are going back into closed session. Do we have any chits for this closed session, Denise?
I have no callers, but let me call the item. Yes. We
Oh,
have no
sorry.
callers. That's okay. We have. It looks like Councilmember Brock, let's wait for a moment. Or does it need to happen before I call the items?
Yes, Denise, it should be before you call the item because I believe that Councilmember Brock may have an agenda management item.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yes, I'm sorry. So, Councilmember Brock, do you have a statement?
Well, first, I'd like to pull an item from the agenda, and that's item 7D. And we'd like to have it brought back. Has two separate component pieces, one responding to our Councilmember Parra's and my original 13 item, and the other to address staff's request to address Santa Monica Police Department concerns over implements that could be used as weapons, etc. So that I would like to do, and then I have a statement about that. I make the statement now?
Well, yeah, I guess you do, and then we're going to have to vote on the agenda management. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
City attorney.
Yes.
Fine. Let's hear your statement.
I'm astounded, frankly, that a small adjustment to the residential noise ordinance that I requested in mid-December along with Councilmember Parra as a result of requests from Sunset Park residents who could not have peace and tranquility in their purely residential neighborhood morphed into an overarching anti-protest ordinance revision that affects the entire city. On top of which, it became an urgency ordinance revision. I resent my specific targeted method of helping our families in their homes at night became a ploy to change the rules of noise, protests, and the implements that protesters might utilize in the whole city. While those revisions may be necessary in light of the events of the past year, both here and around the nation, it was improper to add this to the narrowly crafted item 13 that Councilmember Parra and I introduced at the meeting of December 15th. I request that you return with a staff report that addresses our 13 items specifically, and that the report is issued at least, if possible, 2 weeks before it's placed on the agenda so that the council members who requested the neighborhood noise ordinance have a chance to review it. Whether staff meant to imply that I was the enemy of the First Amendment or not, I further request that the additional items that were placed in the 7D be molded into a separate urgency motion if desired by our Public Safety Department. Finally, as a simple courtesy, this is now the third time since I was sworn in that I failed to see staff and council members communicate with each other regarding matters of mutual interest. It would have seemed to me that items within 7D that came as a result of a 13 item could have been discussed with the makers. I don't appreciate, nor do others, being left out to dry in front of our residents and the general public. Thank you.
So, Mayor, in light of that statement, the only thing that is before the council now is an agenda management motion as to whether to pull item 7D. The rest of the request for how it returns is not before the council and cannot be because it has not been agendized. So the only thing that there would be is I will take that as a motion from Councilmember Brock to pull item 7D. That would require a second and then a majority vote to accomplish that.
And with that understanding, I'll second it. Oh.
So moved by Brock, seconded by Davis. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Was that a yes? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Am I not here? Councilmember McKeown, did you say yes? Sorry.
I did say yes.
He did.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
And Mayor Hamilrich?
Yes, so that passes 6-0. So to all members of the public who are watching now, and I'll announce this again when we come out of closed session, item 7D will not be heard this evening. We have voted to remove it from the agenda. And now we are ready to move into closed session. Will you call that item, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have closed session items. First, we have an existing litigation. It's Jad Al-Rabi versus the City of Santa Monica. Then we have another one. It's Nathan versus the City of Santa Monica. 1C is Stewart versus the City of Santa Monica. 1D is EJA Associates LP, a California Limited Partnership versus the City of Santa Monica. And then we have a conference. We have existing litigation, and this is similar to the 430. So it's John Doe number 1 versus the City of Santa Monica Cal. John Doe number 1 versus the City of Santa Monica Cal. John U.A. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Cal. John A.I. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Cal. John Doe number 7 versus the City of Santa Monica Cal. John P.S. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Cal. John F.M. Doe et al. Versus row number 1, row number 2. John U.N. Doe versus the City of Santa Monica Cal. And then John O.Q. Doe versus Santa Monica Cal. And as I said before, we have no callers for this item.
Thank you. And we have an estimate for when we'll return, Mr. Cardona?
I am hopeful that we will return at 6:30.
That would be great. I'm rooting for us. So we will be back at 6:30. Thank you all. Good evening and welcome back to the March 9th, 2021 meeting of the Santa Monica City Council. Before we report out from our closed session, will everyone mute, please, if you aren't muted? Thank you. Before we report out from our closed session, I want to announce that we did some agenda management at the beginning of the meeting, and Council voted to remove item 7D from the agenda, so that will not be heard tonight, item 7D. So if you're here to speak on 7D or you're listening to me and 7D is an item that you want to speak on, we will not be hearing that. And on that note, George, will the city attorney please report out from our closed session?
George, you're muted.
My apologies. On items 1A, 1C, 1D, and 1E, those matters were heard with no reportable action taken. On item 1B, the complaint in this case alleges that the plaintiff, 70 years old at the time, suffered a tear of his rotator cuff, a chipped tooth, and numerous bruises when he tripped on a sidewalk displacement on California Avenue that constituted a dangerous condition. The city does not admit the allegations, but to avoid the expense and burden of further litigation, we recommend settlement in the amount of $25,000.
I will move that settlement.
Second. Oh, Sue, you're muted now.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Davis. May we please have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Abstention.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, and so that vote is 6-4 with one abstention. And now we are going to move on to the consent calendar. So, Council, would you like to combine the Council and the Redevelopment Agency for the purpose of the consent calendar?
Mayor, let me
Let's
stop
take-
you for a moment.
Yes.
Mayor, let me stop you for a moment. I wanted to ask Interim City Attorney, was there anything to report on 1E, or was it heard no reportable action taken?
No, 1E was heard with no reportable action taken.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, my fault, Denise. So let's take a vote on combining the City Council and Redevelopment Successor Agency consent calendars.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan,
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Parra,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously. Do we have any chits on the consent calendar?
We do have 2 callers, but I need to call the roll for the special agency.
Oh, I apologize, Denise.
That's okay. That's okay. And so as a redevelopment successor agency, you as a council receive no compensation. So agency member Parra,
Yes.
agency member Davis,
Here.
that's okay. Agency member Davis,
Yes, I'm here.
agency member McKeown, agency member Brock,
Here.
agency member De La Torre,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem McCowan, and Chair Himmelrich.
Here.
Okay, so the consent calendar, all items will be considered, and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. And we have 2 callers.
So we're just waiting for staff to transfer those in. They'll be in just a second.
Mayor, while we're waiting, did you want to make the announcement again about 7D?
Sure. So for anyone who was listening to our meeting, we had agenda management at the beginning of the meeting before our closed session, and the council voted to pull item 7D. It will not be on the agenda. If you're calling to speak on item 7D, it will not be on the agenda.
Thank you.
Maybe we should all sing happy birthday to my mother. That was a joke.
Apologies, there was a technical issue with them transferring the callers, and I think they're resolving that now.
Okay. So I guess I should announce, I'm not traveling on business, but I am attending this meeting via Zoom from Baltimore, Maryland, where my mother just turned 90 years old today. Big deal. And my 3 brothers and I are here, and they're all having dinner, and I'm with all of you. So what fun.
I thought you were on Montana Avenue. I heard you say earlier, I'm at my father's office. So
Eating burgers, I wish. Except I gave up meat about 2 years ago. I never did have one of those father's office burgers. I hear they're great. Oh, Kevin, you're vegetarian too. Somebody here must. Right. How are we doing, Corey?
We're good. I'm trying it myself to make sure that the numbers that I gave them.
So any council member announcements?
You may want to remind people who are listening that we do have our priority setting session, our retreat on Saturday.
Oh, would you like to remind them, Councilmember Davis?
Yes, we have a retreat where we will be setting priorities based upon, among many things, our previous surveys of our residents, as well as the recent survey we did to set our priorities for budgeting. So that is Saturday at 1:30, I believe. And I don't even have to announce a place because it's here.
As always, we feel like.
Well, everything is here. And as a matter of fact, the last couple of days right here, I've attended the National League of Cities Congressional Cities Conference, which is usually held in Washington, D.C. And today got to ask a question at a federal housing funding workshop. And I think I've made the point, the National League of Cities, that we all need to be lobbying for federal money to build affordable housing, because the feds are the only people who can print money. The rest of us can only borrow it.
So I just confirmed that there is a problem with the dial-in number. I was unable to dial in with it either, even though it's confirmed.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is get anybody who's interested in calling in the presenter link so they can join us by computer. And unfortunately tonight, anybody who only has access to the telephone won't be able to join. And I'm not sure what's going on with Blue Jeans on that. So Denise, how would you like to handle that? Do you want to have them email the clerk mailbox?
Or they can just send it to the clerk mailbox. Vicki and I will. Okay. Vicki and I will pull it.
So is that's clerk at smgov.net, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So, Corey, is what you're saying that the only way for members of the public to speak to us tonight is over the computer, they can't even call in?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I attempted to call the number directly myself from my cell phone, and I was not able to get in. It says that there's an error on the line. So my huge apologies. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
No, I'm worried about the legal implications. So I'm going to turn to the city attorney because I'm worried about if people can watch us but not comment. I wonder if that's a Brown Act issue.
We do have to provide an opportunity for people to provide public comment. So as long as we can get everybody who called in the ability to comment through our other available mechanism, we should be okay. So if that's what we're trying to do, and that's a alternative that everybody who had called in could use, that should be okay.
I'll have the agents get their email and email them the presenter link. Yeah, my apologies. As soon as
No, I'm just trying to think if there's an alternative way. I'm worried that there are people who don't have computer access who I wonder if they could call in somewhere else so that we could at least hear them, even if they aren't calling into the central line, Corey. I mean, George, what do you think?
So I don't know if this is possible, but if someone has an extension that they could call into, that could be a speakerphone, that could be played over the presenter link that one of our agents has, that might be an alternative.
Or I could provide my city cell phone and people can, actually, no, I don't get great coverage at home.
I have a good connect. I mean, I always give out my cell phone anyway. Do you want me to have people call?
If you're comfortable with that, I think that's a great alternative way for them to be able to get into the meeting by phone.
So let me.
Sue, is that your public cell phone or your personal?
I only have one.
Because everyone could call on my city cell phone. It wouldn't matter. It's a public number.
Folks, the problem with that's going to be that while somebody is speaking, that phone will be busy, and then you'll have to hang up and wait 3 or 5 minutes to see if anybody else calls in. So that might not be practical.
Yeah, you're right.
Make more sense for them to just call into our main line.
Well, the problem is we can't transfer in. I'm going to tell the agents that they can perhaps put their phone on speaker and unmute. They're all logged in as presenters in the meeting, so maybe they can unmute from their phone and go on speakerphone.
How many of them are there?
There were 2 callers, right? There were 2, Sue.
Okay, so and do we have 2 people who are answering?
We have 4
won't
agents.
have a problem with that. Is that right?
Correct.
Let's do that, Corey, because I am concerned about enabling public comment.
Yeah, of course. Let's see. Okay, so Tanya, you have a caller. Do you want to unmute yourself in the meeting and put your caller on speakerphone, or perhaps relay the message if it's the same headset that you're using? Let's see. Sarah Lonnie, you want to go ahead?
Yes, could you hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
you, absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, the gentleman, his name is Member of the Public, and I'm going to go ahead and unmute him now.
Member of the public, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yeah, I guess I just heard that my time starts now. So this is on item.
It does. Welcome to the meeting, and apologize for the delay.
Thank you. This is on item.
Can't hear.
We just lost you.
Things are characterized. It says on
Sarah Lonnie, we're losing the audio.
And related to the events that. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you now. We're losing the audio, so speak loud and very clearly, and we'll be able to hear you.
And start over because we missed the whole beginning.
And let's start my time. I'm calling on 3, and my concern.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. We're missing your audio. Sarah Lonnie, is it?
For this social media monitoring software, which says the events that transpired from the civil unrest of May 31, 2020 demonstrated the need for more proactive, et cetera, et cetera. It seems to me that really the Santa Monica police knew what was going to occur. And so the social media monitoring software would not have been necessary for the police to have been responsive, number one. Number two, there's a continuing characterization of the events that transpired from, and we never define what the events are. It says civil unrest, and I don't believe that the looting was really transpired from civil unrest. So those are my concerns. My other concern is whether the data is going to be saved and where it's going to be saved and what type of privacy issues might be involved in utilizing such software and having the access to such software, whereas governmental agencies in the past might have needed to obtain subpoenas and in this instance would not be utilizing subpoenas to obtain information and retain information that goes across many, many different topics that occur on social media that could cause people to have their civil liberties infringed upon. So those are my comments. I hope that everyone has heard them clearly because it's really difficult calling in this manner. And I'm open for questions, and I expect that there will be none.
Mayor, you're muted.
We apologize for the problems we are disturbed by this too, but it is technological and it's out of our control.
Thank you for your call. And agents, I know that we had some video callers, I think, that were going to join us. Agents, did we have any more callers that you could patch in?
Corey, the video callers are for 7A.
They're for 7A? Okay.
And I want to say to members of the council, so usually I have a bigger screen, but I'm only operating off my computer. So I'm wave hard and high. Okay, that's all I can tell you.
So it looks like they're able to transfer in the callers. Of one.
I think we're still not able to transfer, but it sounds like we have Denise Barton, and Tanya is going to try and patch her in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tanya, do you have the ability to play Miss Barton over speakerphone?
Corey, is Tanya in the meeting?
Yeah, Is she in the meeting? I see Abel. I don't see Tanya at all.
I don't see Tanya in the meeting at all.
She's in the meeting. She's further up the list. Tanya, I just unmuted you. Can you try and speak now and see if we hear you? Yeah, we can't hear her. Okay, the agents are going to try and transfer Ms. Barton to another agent and see if we can get her into the meeting. So they're going to have Ms. Barton call into, hang up and call back so she can get connected with another agent, and then they'll be able to patch her through.
I'm seeing that there's a hand up. Is that someone
That's
different?
That's for 7A.
Okay, thank you. And there's no, looking at everything that's available, you're right, it's like water everywhere. So, Corey, is this going to be the whole night? Is this permanent for the evening?
We'll find a plan. During the staff report for 7A, we'll certainly do what we can to find a plan. I know we're in for a long night, so we'll do our best.
While we're waiting, Councilmember Davis, could you mute? I think that may be why we're getting a little bit of weird audio static.
Sounds like they're able to get a call into the meeting now. The agents have said that that's been fixed, so we should have the caller any moment.
And we wonder why KCRW stopped running our meetings. Very bad radio.
Can I ask a question of George while we're waiting? The question would be if we cannot receive comments from our residents and the people who want to call in or talk to us, is there a problem with the meeting? Or are we allowed to?
I'm looking into that right now, and I will get you an answer as soon as I can.
Thank you.
So council members, just to let you know, we do have members of the public that are emailing the clerk mailbox, so we're providing them with the presenter link. So I don't know, Mayor, if you want to announce that again. If people are not able to get through, that they can send an email to clerk.
We'll need to do to get into the meeting and speak to us, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. Corey, did you want, so for this item and for 7A, they will, well, hold on, Corey. So we have people that are sending emails to clerk@smgov.com, and we will send them the presenter link.
So I have an update on this. I just tried calling in on one of the lines from my cell phone, and I was able to get in. So I messaged that to the agents, and they should be able to transfer in. We're just trying that, and if it works now, then the meeting is back on track, and we won't have to figure out how to get the link to everybody.
So let me apologize to members of the public. We're having some communications difficulties here. And let me just say that I, like you, can't wait till I can see you in person again and we can all be together again. So I think this is frustrating for all of us, but we are having technological problems. People were having trouble calling in. I understand that it is possible to call in again. So if you try to call in and you can't get in, and or if you would rather appear as a presenter in the meeting, please email clerk@smgov.net. That's smgov.net. And you will be able to come into the meeting as a presenter, and we will be able to hear what you want to say to us. And I can't even tell you how profoundly we apologize for this. It is yet another insult added to our injury from the last year of suffering we have all had. So I apologize, and hopefully we can fix it, and we will see you in person soon.
I don't want to be a product advertisement, but there is a different service that probably doesn't have as many problems.
Bill, this is not helpful.
I didn't mention the product.
So let me also announce while we're waiting that this coming Saturday, March 13th, we will be setting our priorities for our budget discussions. That's March 13th at 1:30, same place, and I believe we will have worked out our technological problems by Saturday. So that's the good news. And we would like to hear from you, whether on Saturday or before Saturday. Please email us. You can email us at councilmailbox@smgov.net. Email us individually, email the clerk. But if you have ideas about how you would like us to spend our money, your money, I should say, which incidentally is maybe the most important decision we make every year, then please write to us and let us know. Thank you. How are we doing, Corey?
One of the options that we have, it looks like it's not working for the agents to transfer people in. Oh, I do see a call in.
Good, put them on.
It looks like people are going to be calling directly into the meeting, so we'll give that a shot.
Let's hear that.
Yeah, let's see. This looks like it may be a call. Hold on.
Hi, Corey. It's Sarah Lonnie. I just wanted to tell you that I was able to call in and transfer in, so I'm hoping that it's working now. Sorry.
Okay, and do you have a caller on the line right now?
No, I do not. No, we didn't have anybody in the queue, so I just wanted to get transferred in just to make sure that it was working, but I don't have nobody on the phone with me, so I just wanted to jump on.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Okay, so if the callers want to call back, we kept the queue open. Feel free, call back right now. It sounds like we have the ability to transfer you into the meeting.
And Denise Barton, if you're out there, you can call in now. I don't know where you are, but apparently calling in is working. And I know you were caught in the ether world of whatever is going on.
Okay. I can answer Councilmember Brock's. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no, go ahead. We're still waiting for the calls.
I can answer Councilmember Brock's question, which is that We are required by the Brown Act to have the agenda provide for how individuals will provide public comment and provide a mechanism. And our agenda for this meeting announced both the phone call-in and the computer mechanism. So having given both of those as a mechanism by which the public can call in, I do believe we need to provide a substitute for the call-in that will substitute.
We do need to provide it. Is that what you're saying?
I believe we do, given that we provided a call-in as a mechanism for public comment on the agenda.
It sounds as if calling in is working again, though.
Yes, I'm hoping that is, and that will solve our problem.
Yes, because I certainly don't want to do this again in an hour.
Right, and if that doesn't, we can provide the direct call-in number so that people don't have to go through the agents. They can call directly into the meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But, Corey, would that be the same number as we provided them already?
No, the number that they have already is to call in as an attendee where they don't have access to any audio. The number that
I understand. I'm getting to something different. I think that the problem is that we need to tell them in advance of the meeting how they can call in and contact us. So we can't change that method.
But Mayor Himmelrich, I think what Corey is saying is that when they call into that number, they'll be told to call a different number. They can call straight into.
Okay, so that number will work. Great.
And I think we have a caller. Hang on, let's check this one out.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, thank you so much for your patience and welcome to the meeting.
Good evening.
Good evening, Denise.
Good evening. In regards to the successor agency's investment, here I have to ask, as stewards of the public funds, aren't your investments supposed to be at as little risk as possible? Let's start with commercial paper investment. First, generally, commercial paper is unsecured debt that is not FDIC insured. Then what about Lehman Brothers in 2007, where doubt by investors froze the commercial paper market, along with the affected funds had net asset values under $1, reflecting the diminishing value of their outstanding commercial paper issued by firms of suspect financial health. So for these reasons, I have to question why you would want to include these investment policies in such large amounts, especially considering most commercial paper rates now are under 1% interest. Here you also have to ask if the risk is worth not much return. Now let's go back to the policy of investing in securities by the U.S. government that could result in zero interest accrual at maturity. For example, a central bank attempts to combat inflation by reducing interest rates in order to encourage consumers and businesses to use more loans, while making consumers and businesses pay to keep funds in bank accounts by introducing negative interest rates. Although banks may be reluctant to pass on the cost of negative interest rates to their consumers because doing so may encourage them to move their assets, consumers facing fees to have cash in accounts may decide to take the money out of the financial system altogether at the same time, called the bank run, witnessed on more than one occasion throughout history. And this is not all counting the devaluation of our currency, but this is what we have to look forward to with your investment policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you.
Is that the end, Corey?
No, we have one more.
Okay, thank you.
Transferring Matt.
Hi, Matt. Welcome to the meeting, and thanks for your patience. Your time starts now.
Thank you. I had called earlier, and I don't. Did you all hear me when I called earlier, so I don't need to repeat myself, or do you want me to say what I said earlier again?
It was spotty at best, so it would be best if you could repeat yourself.
Okay, thank you. So on item 3F, I'm concerned about a couple of things. One thing being, and this is the item for having software licensed to the police department to monitor social media. I'm concerned about privacy issues and civil liberties, and whether, although what's often said in social media is public, the question is whether the retention of the records in social media by the police department, a governmental agency, a law enforcement agency, might infringe upon civil liberties. So I think that that needs to be examined. I also I'm a little bit concerned about the way that the staff report from the chief reads concerning saying that the civil unrest of the events of May 31st, 2020 sort of indicate the need for such software. I think that, first of all, it wasn't really civil unrest, it was looting that occurred. The police department probably was aware that that was about to occur or should have been aware, and the software wasn't necessary in order to avoid the looting that did occur. And the civil unrest, I think that's a mischaracterization. And every time that a governmental agency in Santa Monica refers to what occurred on May 31st, they say the events of, and there's no definition as to what the events of May 31st are. So there's a lot of ambiguity there. And I am concerned that this memo will lead to some sort of justification for the police response. And basically that if the city council adopts this without some sort of parameters, I guess, that is basically saying, oh, the city, the police department reacted as best as it could have, as evidenced by the fact that it didn't have this software available to it at the time.
Thank
so
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that is our final caller on this item. And thanks for your patience, Council. Mayor, you're muted.
Would anyone like to pull any items from the consent calendar? Councilmember Brock.
I'd like to pull 3A.
(3A) or 3? Thank you. Anybody else want to pull any items from the consent calendar? Is there a motion for the remainder of the consent calendar?
There is. I will move the remainder of the consent calendar, with the exception of item 3A.
I'll second it.
Moved by McEwen, seconded by Brock. May we have a roll call vote?
Agency Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Chair Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Agency Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
And Chair Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that passes unanimously.
Let me read item 3A.
Yes, please.
Adoption of resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works, City Engineer, and Capital Program Manager to sign notices of completion for capital projects, and this was pulled by Councilmember Brock.
Do you want a staff report, Councilmember Brock?
Well, or I could make some comments and the staff could respond. It's up to you.
No, it's up to you. You pulled it.
Okay, I'll make some comments and staff can answer. Is that okay?
Sure.
The item will, it appears the item is going to reduce accountability for signing notices of completion by distributing the responsibility among several people instead of one. I understand one reason could be someone's on vacation and we wouldn't be able to sign a notice of completion. However, it appears to me that diffused responsibility means the standards that are used to evaluate whether final payment should be approved may indeed be diluted. So the reason given by staff, it appears that it's going to make it more efficient and reduce the amount of time needed to approve and issue the notice. Staff report says this is good because routinely the city takes longer than the time required by the state. Well, I think the first question should be if our internal processes take too long, then shouldn't we review and streamline the process? It appears to be sort of a management issue. Spreading responsibility among more people means in practice, there's a greater chance the notices of completion will be signed off without the supervision and accountability to ensure the people's work was done properly. We have a problem with quality control on some capital projects already. What I'm concerned about is adding more people to the signature process. Is that really going to speed it up? Or is it going to mean that the projects aren't really having great follow through? We see that sometimes in our planning department. So that's my question I'd like answered, and that's it.
Is Rick Faulty, the Director of Public Works, with us?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm going to ask Alex Nazarchuk, the city engineer, to respond to the question.
Hi, good evening. I'm Alex. I'm the engineer. Council members, Mayor, to answer your question, we're not really reducing.
Sorry, sir, excuse me. And I hate. Can you tell us again what your title is? So, because I want to know who you are, what your title is, and thank you.
Sure.
Because I lost it.
Sure. I'm Alex Nazarchuk. I'm the city engineer. I work for Rick Faulty, the Public Works Director. So on the typical notice of completion, it typically gets routed from a project manager to a principal engineer, then to me, to the city engineer. Then we go to the Public Works Director. We're just trying to streamline one less signature in the quality control process. So honestly, I don't believe it's going to take away from the quality or from the accountability. We do have a lot of checks and balances in the system, and we're still going to follow them.
Councilmember Brock.
If we already have a lot of accountability, why reduce accountability? Why? So I guess what I'm asking is the system not working now? Is the city manager receiving the final notices to sign off on really late? Is there something else we should be doing in the system to streamline that rather than just say we'll give more people the power to sign? Shouldn't we be saying, how in the heck do we get the process? Do we get our existing processes to work more efficiently?
If I may take that question, if you don't mind me stepping in, Alex.
No, please, Mr. Vaulty, please.
Rick Vaulty here, the Acting Director of Public Works. In response to your question, Councilmember Brock, the notice of completion is a one-page document that gets recorded at the county, and all that document has is the completion date of the project. And so for the projects are managed either by architecture services or civil engineering, and those division heads know when the actual completion date is, the official completion date is. And so for that document to be signed by the Public Works Director or the city manager is essentially all that does is it asks the Public Works Director to check with the city engineer, is this the accurate completion date? Because that's the only information that shows up in a notice of completion. And that's why we recommended that the city engineer sign off on the notice of completion as well as the capital program manager, because that's all they're certifying is that the project was completed on that specific date.
So you're saying we're not really reducing accountability?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer. I coughed. I apologize.
No, we are not reducing accountability on this process. It's essentially certifying that a project was completed on a certain date.
And does that, oh, maybe I misread this in the report. I thought it meant also that we weren't able to pay till after you get to completion. And if the completion, why are the completions going slowly?
So the payment that you are speaking of is the ability to release the retention amount that we withhold from the contractor. So every time we make a payment to the contractor, the city withholds 5% to account for any irregularities. And state law requires us to release that full retention amount within 60 days of the notice of completion being recorded. And by requiring the additional signature of, for example, the Public Works Director, that sometimes just adds more time to the process of recording the notice of completion at the county, which makes it more difficult for the city to comply with state law. And if all the document does is certify that a project was completed at a certain date, that's why staff is recommending that we allow the city engineer or the capital program manager to sign off on that notice of completion.
I understand, Rick, and Alex, I'm not. It's more a matter of if we have 2 months to get someone paid and 2 months to get that completion done, we should be able to do it. I don't think I'm as concerned about whether the city engineer signs off or someone else. I'm more concerned that why aren't we able to we're not doing that many capital projects. Why can't we just move it along quicker? Which I know my fellow council people want me to move this conversation. Does that make sense?
I understand your concern, and perhaps the easiest way to explain it is that the division heads for architecture services and for civil engineering are the persons who will actually certify that a project is completed at a certain date. However, based on the current resolution, the city engineer, neither the city engineer nor the capital program manager can sign off on what they are actually certifying. It has to be either the Public Works Director or the city manager. And if that document gets passed on to either the Public Works Director or the city manager, we will always go back to either the city engineer or the capital program manager to verify that the date on that document is indeed the correct date. And that's what.
So there's still accountability.
Yeah.
Correct.
And Councilmember, if I can jump in here, the prior resolution was signed on April 23rd, 1968. So some of what you're seeing here is just modernizing to where we are as the current institution. In 1968, they moved from the Public Works Director, from the city manager to the Public Works Director and city manager. Now in 2021, we're talking about adding another layer that we believe has the authority to certify completion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So are
you.
you going to move 3A?
I'll move that we approve 3A.
Councilmember De La Torre, do you have a question or comment?
I'll second, but can staff tell us like the estimated time that will be saved? Like how much progress? Is it a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Is there an estimate?
It really depends. It really depends on the workload that's on everybody's desk as it gets moved up the chain. It could be anywhere from a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, like you said.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I've seen the piles of paper that a city manager has to sign, Oscar. They're like, I'm just saying, I do understand this if it's not within their real knowledge. So moved by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. May we have a roll call vote? I heard you.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember McKim?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra? And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that also passes unanimously. And we are now, on to, I am going to adjourn the special meeting. And let's move to item 7A.
Item 7? Oh, sorry.
If I can jump in just very quickly.
I think it's my mic that's causing the problem.
I just want to apologize to the public for the problems that we experienced earlier. I have connected with the head of ISD. While many cities run their public meetings only through web-based apps, we have tried to accommodate call-in as well. What happened today is that the Verizon transfer line went down, The problem has been resolved. We'll do a root cause analysis. They're on the phone with Verizon to figure out what happened, but we are looking at that system to see whether it makes sense and whether it's really providing the accommodation that we're looking to provide. So more updates there, and I just want to apologize to the public for that occurring. Sorry, Denise, go ahead.
Thank you for saying that. Item 7A is introduction and adoption of an emergency interim zoning ordinance to establish temporary land use restrictions prohibiting non-residential development citywide pending completion of the housing element update. And I believe we have at least 3 video callers for this one here. You're on mute.
Great, yes, because my mic, I think, is a problem tonight. But let's have the staff report, and then we'll go to questions and then comment.
Great. Good evening, Mayor. Jing Yo, Planning Manager here, presenting this item, an emergency interim zoning ordinance enacting temporary land use restrictions citywide pending the completion of the housing element update. To provide some background on this item, this comes to you at the direction of the council at your January 12th meeting. Staff was directed to prepare interim regulations to prohibit 100% non-residential projects greater than 7,500 square feet in industrial conservation district with possible consideration for exemptions. 2, to prohibit single unit dwellings in any non-residential districts. And 3, impose additional restrictions to preserve potential housing sites. Staff reviewed this direction, and I'm going to run through here for tonight's item and bring back to you the purpose of this IZO is, and the basis of Council's direction was to address the ability to plan for potential housing sites pending the completion of the housing element update. As you're well aware, the City of Santa Monica received a substantial RENA allocation for this 6th cycle. It actually was finalized just last week on March 4th by the SCAG Regional Council. So Santa Monica's RENA is 8,895 units. And we will be coming back to the council with an item later this month. And bringing some of that information as some preliminary analysis we've done based on previously discussed filters that shows, in this very first cut, it's obviously an iterative process, but we've estimated it's approximately 3% of the city's total land area has highest housing potential. That doesn't mean that that's the only place that housing will occur, since the housing element plans for, potential housing across the city. And again, this IZO is intended to preserve the opportunity during this housing element update process to plan for housing on sites. So just want to run through 4 points that staff investigated in responding to council's direction. So we looked at existing regulations. We have an adopted land use and circulation element that established a growth strategy to place new development, jobs, and housing largely in our commercial districts, commercial corridors, closest to our transportation systems. We also note that the Industrial Conservation District is the only district in the city, or one of the only, that does not allow multi-unit housing. That was a purposeful policy within the LUCE. It was a decision made to preserve the IC district as an employment center to support the conversion of former industrial uses and adaptive reuse to creative industries. The other standards that we looked at was for single unit dwellings. That has been a permitted use in commercial districts for many years. And we looked at parcels across the city and found that there's about 232 parcels currently developed with single unit dwellings. And as we plan for housing as part of the housing element update, certainly one of the questions to evaluate is whether that is appropriate to consider that as a continued permitted use in commercial zones. So that's the landscape of kind of existing land use policy that's relevant to that direction. And then the next two items, we looked at approved and pending projects just to understand the universe of projects that might be affected by this. So in recent years, we found that there have been applications filed for non-residential development totaling approximately 319,000 square feet of commercial space. And, you know, in looking at that, it became obvious that it wasn't just in the Industrial Conservation District. It actually was in various locations throughout the city, including the Bergamot area, including the hospital mixed-use zone. There are other pending projects in the downtown EV charging facility in Mid-City. And in the previous 5 years to that, there were 11 projects of about plus or minus 184,000 square feet of uses, and you can see the breakdown, largely office related uses of that number. You know, so that's you know, in looking at that, it looked like it wasn't just, this is not just an industrial conservation issue. It's something that is happening across the city. And then we paired that together with information that we received in looking at just application trends, you know, in terms of applications filed for non-residential projects on the boulevards. You know, these are areas where there isn't a huge advantage for housing. You know, housing and commercial projects have the same height in FAR, for example. You know, so we're seeing applications filed for commercial projects in those instances, and it's supported by the HRNA analyses that was done in 2019 and then updated this year to support the work on the housing element update that showed that the likelihood of housing development based on existing development standards is marginal to not likely in a lot of cases. You know, and we are seeing people favor commercial projects for that reason, it seems. So in sort of taking all that information together, the proposal for the IZO is to preserve the opportunity to evaluate all available areas of the city for housing potential. And what that means is that what is proposed is a temporary prohibition on non-residential projects. Want to note that does not include mixed-use residential projects in that. And also temporary prohibition on single-unit dwellings in all commercial districts. There are some exceptions that are being proposed here in order to support economic recovery efforts coming out of COVID-19. And so this would continue to allow additions to existing buildings that don't exceed the floor area of the existing building. It continues to allow changes of use in existing buildings. And what the Industrial Conservation District, where, as I indicated, housing is not allowed right now, this would be within 500 feet of the freeway. That's a typo there, not south of Olympic. It's actually within 500 feet of the freeway, parcels included in that. And then the Bayside Conservation District, which includes the 3rd Street Promenade and 2nd and 4th Street. And then finally, an exception for schools, including facilities owned and operated by schools. This is a little bit more detail on those exceptions. As I indicated, additions to existing buildings and changes of use, largely to support economic recovery efforts. In terms of the Industrial Conservation District exception, this was something that came out of the Planning Commission's discussion, and they recommended that the 500-foot buffer from the freeway be enacted in the IC district, so that's implicating about 125 parcels. And then the Bayside Conservation District, again, related to that continued economic recovery with schools. They're a bit of a unique use given their limited funding and construction windows, so that was included as an exception as well. Couple of clarifications, as you heard me mention before, since we've received some correspondence regarding whether mixed-use housing projects are implicated in this ordinance. We wanted to clarify that they are not. They are considered multi-unit dwellings, so they're considered residential uses per the zoning ordinance, so they would not be affected by this ordinance. We also want to note that this ordinance is not applicable to the Bergamot area plan. Part of the reason is given the speed at which this is coming back to you, it would have required a process to amend the plan and the like. And I think looking at development activity, there's been very little development activity in the Bergamot area since 2013 for commercial projects. Unlikely that potential housing sites would be turning over between now and, the next 45 days when this ordinance is in effect, and, there's an extension even to the completion of the housing element update, in a few months. Doesn't seem likely that anything is going to happen there, so that wasn't included in this either. Reporting from the Planning Commission, Planning Commission discussed this IZO at their February 17th meeting. They recommended that the City Council adopt it. However, they did want to include in here that there was to ensure that the IZO is not just a prohibition on commercial development in and of itself. It's being used for its intended purpose to incentivize housing production as part of the housing element update. And they also had discussions less to do with this particular IZO, but more about considerations for the update as to whether housing should be permitted use in the Industrial Conservation District and its proximity to the freeway. Moving now on to the applicability of the proposed ordinance, it's recommended that this apply only to applications submitted after January the 12th, 2021, which was the date of Council's original direction. That seems, given other options that were considered, but were not recommended. We looked at potentially having this apply to projects that were pending planning reviews, so those ones that have not yet have their entitlements as of January 12, 2021. I think we looked at that, not recommended, because those projects, many of them have been in process for many years. They likely would be proceeding as non-residential projects. They've already been analyzed, to be sort of pipeline projects. Capturing them may not increase the likelihood that they would consider housing anyways. And then the other applicability we looked at was, projects that were pending building permits. That captures an even larger universe of projects. But those are projects that are already well into the process, in plan check, awaiting building permits, and have been in the city process for a very long time and have relied on prior city representation. So the recommendation here is to have this apply really on a point-forward basis for any new applications that have been submitted after January the 12th. Seems a fair way to apply it. And so our recommendation is that the council adopt this emergency IZO. And I want to note that it will be, if it's adopted, it'll be in effect for 45 days initially, which means that staff would be returning with an extension in April for a further extension of this ordinance. With that, I'm concludes my report and happy to answer your questions.
Yes, thank you, Michelle. So we have a choice here. We can ask our questions now or let the members of the public speak. How many do we have, Corey?
I currently see 2 audio callers and 1 video caller, and I'll get an updated number on that as well after the first caller.
Are there any pressing questions right now? I will let you ask questions after callers. Seeing none, let's take the callers and then we'll move on to questions.
Okay, so we're going to go to our first video caller of the night. Noelani Derrickson, are you okay if I turn on your video? You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Thank you. I'm going to do audio only.
Okay.
Good evening, Santa Monica City Council members. Appreciate the time to speak. My name is Noelani Derrickson. I'm calling from Tesla. Tesla has been working closely with Santa Monica planning staff for over half a year now on a Tesla electric vehicle fast charging station that includes solar energy and battery storage within the mid-city neighborhood. On March 3rd, 2021, the Santa Monica Planning Commission approved Tesla's conditional use permit of the commercially zoned property. Construction is planned to begin midsummer 2021. And the first phase of the project should start serving Santa Monica EV drivers by the end of this summer. City planning staff recommend in their IZO staff report that it should only apply to applications submitted after January 12th, 2021. Tesla urges the City Council to ensure that the IZO is not retroactively applied to projects that are already fully or partially in the process with the city. Additionally, given Santa Monica's electric vehicle goals and need for more fast charging stations, Tesla recommends that EV charging stations be added as an exception to the IZO, as the ordinance could inadvertently stall crucial new electric vehicle charging stations needed in the city to prevent the city from meeting its electric vehicle goals. Thank you, City Council members. Appreciate, again, the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Ms. Derrickson.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have 2 audio callers, and that's all we have for this item, so we'll move on to those.
Thank you.
Transferring Denise Spartan.
Denise Spartan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Another staff report thrown together indiscriminately, giving just enough information to make it look like staff was doing something. And if staff needs 6 months or longer, that makes staff look more incompetent. Then, if this is supposed to be for 2021 to 2029, why has it not been submitted yet? We are in 2021. And didn't staff get a leap year grant in April of 2022 for $300,000 to prepare the 2021 to 2029 housing element update? So, has that funding run out? And if so, does that mean taxpayers will be responsible for the cost of city staff to complete the housing element? If so, how much would that be? Considering you seem to keep most of the higher paid staff from the Housing Authority and Planning Department, since in the staff report it claims there's no immediate financial impact. One would also have to wonder why the only chart in the staff report shows the parcels exempt from the IZO in the IC zone. Are the sites you're looking at a secret? Otherwise, one would expect a chart showing the parcels you're considering. Considering by the staff report, it would appear staff knows where the parcels are due to knowing the numbers. Although it is interesting that almost all of the sites you were considering in item 13A at the last City Council meeting seem to have been eliminated in the staff report. So one does have to wonder if it again was done grasping at straw, trying to get a reaction from the public. Finally, I have to ask if this action of identifying parcels is the first step in declaring eminent domain over these parcels for affordable housing. There's much more, but I'm sure I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more audio caller. We also have a video caller that got added to the list.
Transferring Matt Stauffer.
Matt Stauffer, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. This is Matt Stauffer from the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber submitted a letter last week with some suggestions for exceptions to be incorporated into this ordinance. Most of those have been incorporated into the staff recommendation, so I'll just quickly restate the letter's a larger main point, which is that the Chamber recognizes the city's need to preserve potential housing sites through the housing element update. But in order to avoid hindering our economic recovery out of this pandemic, the moratorium must remain temporary only and expire at the conclusion of the housing element process. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Paula Larmore. Ms. Larmore, you're into the meeting. Would you like to be on video?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good evening, Council. Paul Larmor with Harding Larmor, Goodger and Kozel. I'm speaking on behalf of our client, Mike Sullivan, who owns 5 automobile dealerships in Santa Monica and has been a long-time property owner as well. A broad commercial moratorium seems like the worst possible message our city could be sending to businesses and property owners at this time. Essentially, don't invest here. I appreciate the challenge the city is facing in addressing the RENA allocation and the housing element update, but this ordinance is unnecessarily broad and appears to ignore the economic climate and our local budget issues. If you adopt this 45-day ordinance tonight, please give city staff direction that any future extension be significantly narrow in scope. With respect to auto dealers specifically, Auto Row, Santa Monica Boulevard between Lincoln and 20th should just be exempt. They provide good paying jobs, services for residents, sales tax revenue, and they are low traffic generators in the peak and peak hour. I think we should be encouraging these uses to invest, upgrade, and close their uses, not to further burden them at this time. The proposed exemption for additions to existing buildings is capped to the size of the existing building. For auto dealers, this is uniquely limiting because auto dealers that exist in their suburban model have very small existing buildings. So this exemption is very difficult and does not allow for reasonable expansion on their sites. Again, if you adopt this tonight, please accept this industry. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And that was our final caller and videoer on this item. Mayor, you're muted.
And now we're ready for council questions. Councilmember McEwen. So here, I'm going to announce the order now. McEwen, Davis, Para. Anyone else? There we go. De La Torre and Brock.
Okay, for the moment, I just have one question for planning staff. Ms. Derrickson from Tesla talked about a proposal that they just had the Planning Commission at the corner of 14th and Santa Monica. Does the current proposal, the staff recommendation, as worded, cover that lot and save it for potential housing or not, given where it is in the process?
Sorry, you actually muted like towards the end of your question, but I think I caught the first half.
Does this apply to Tesla?
The parcel, actually not just Tesla, the parcel at 14th and Santa Monica, which is the intersection of two mass transit bus lines, a very reasonable potential housing site. Is that covered by the staff recommendation in that it would be put on hold or not?
No, it would not. Per the staff recommendation, the ordinance would apply only to new applications submitted after January the 12th.
So the recommendation we're seeing tonight differs in that respect from the answers I got to some questions I made of staff a few weeks ago. How was that change landed on by staff?
Well, the recommendation hasn't changed. I think one thing to note is that although Tesla received their approvals at the Planning Commission, that approval is still in the appeal period, so it is not effective yet. However, given the recommendation tonight in terms of the applicability, because it would apply only to new applications submitted after January the 12th, it would not affect that project. But again, applicability is a matter of council policy, so you could certainly establish a different applicability.
Well, let me follow up, because this is a very interesting test situation. We have here a very large parcel and a very prime housing location that could relieve the pressure on our existing neighborhoods to build housing in keeping with the loose. We then have a commercial operator who essentially wants to secure that site for some number of years to not be in housing use, to in fact be a parking lot with plugs. Now, let me turn to the city attorney. Is it a legal reason why we are hesitant to allow ourselves to evaluate that site for housing, given what Tesla has already done? Or is the door open to the council to say, that's a very interesting housing site, we'd like to hold on to it for a while?
I believe the door is open. It's a policy choice for council. And Jean can correct me, but there is no final entitlement that Tesla has. So the council is not barred from doing that.
Are there other sites in the city of similar suitability for housing that we know of that would not be covered, as this would not be covered by the staff recommendation?
In terms of the information provided in the staff report, so when we looked at pending projects, there are the projects that are pending that certainly could be considered for housing sites as well. So yes, there are other possibilities in there. I think one thing that went into our consideration on this is that as we look at our first cut of the preliminary sites analysis, a lot of it is kind of an evaluation of many factors, ultimately trying to understand likelihood of something turning over to housing or just turning over in general. So for projects that have had a pending application and have been in process in some time, for some time, it's not clear that, since those applicants have decided to pursue that project, would the housing element update process necessarily change their calculation, on the kind of project that they pursue within that context of, we have the codes we have, and, we're not in a position to force people to choose, to make them do a project that they didn't apply for. So that was some of the
even with the codes we have been observing that people seem to prefer to do commercial projects on those sites rather than housing projects. Is that?
That's correct. That's correct. And that's why we provided kind of a little bit of, more background in terms of the analysis that HRNA had done as to, digging in a little bit as to why that is. And we've heard certainly anecdotally from applicants that, where there isn't that differential between housing and commercial, commercial kind of comes out on top, and the feasibility analyses, supported what we're seeing in terms of application trends.
Well, thank you. That's it for now.
Councilmember Davis.
I just want to follow up on that last question. Is the reason, as I read the HRNA report, that business or commercial pencils out better than housing is because we don't let people build more housing than commercial, right? In other words, you get 2 stories or 3 stories or whatever, and you get a certain FAR, whether it's commercial or housing. So on a per square foot basis, people are choosing commercial. Is that right?
That would be a reasonable conclusion, sure.
So in some respects, it's hard to blame the people, and maybe we should look at ourselves and our zoning, because it sounds like our zoning that doesn't differentiate between the two could be part of the problem. Is that right?
Yeah, and that is the basis, for the interim zoning ordinance that's being brought forward, is to provide this temporary pause, to give the city the opportunity to plan, for what housing potential looks like on those sites.
So I do have a question. It's an interim zoning ordinance. It's good for 45 days, and of course it can be renewed. And as we know, they can be renewed for a very long period of time. So I want to be clear why we're doing this. We're not trying to necessarily take these parcels that might be affected by it completely off the market for the entire length of the housing element, which is 8 or 9 years, correct? We're just trying to sort of take a pause while we do the suitable sites inventory. Would that be a fair statement?
That's right, yep.
And I'm assuming that if we were to enact the interim zoning tonight and say, okay, no more commercial development, and then we identified some of the sites that we're affecting tonight as potential housing sites, though, once we adopted the housing element, if those sites are on the suitable site inventory, we can't put them back. We sort of can't put the genie back in the bottle, because HCD would say, wait a minute, we certified your housing element under the assumption that this site, whatever this site is, was going to be available for housing, and you had set it aside for housing, but now you've sort of reneged on that. Is that right?
Right, yeah. So how the SSI works is, we go through all the analytical processes that we do, and we come, up with sort of our best, foot forward on, like, these are the highest potential sites. And, if it turns out that the site doesn't turn over, or you don't approve as many units that are on that property, for example, you have to make it up somewhere else. Certainly, it doesn't mean that housing could only be on those sites, right? They could occur certainly anywhere else in the city. You can't just zone and, do things for just, one parcel here and there. That's kind of, not how the whole system would work. But that's basically, in looking at a suitable sites inventory, it's the ones we look at now are the highest potential, but it doesn't preclude, housing occurring on certainly other properties as well.
Sure, that's not the only criteria. It's highest potential. There's fairness and equity, that sort of thing.
Correct. That's right.
Because I'm just trying to say, if we enact this ordinance and if we come back in 45 days and extend it through the end of the housing element, to the extent that this causes some commercial parcels to be put on the suitable sites inventory, then at some point when we have to reconsider it, we can't just then take those off the suitable sites inventory, because we will have committed to the state that we are going to make those sites available for housing. Is that right?
Right. If, once it's certified in our element, those are, identified as the sites. Again, it doesn't mean that it can't be changed. You just have to, there are mechanisms to sort of make it up, in other ways as, over the 8-year period.
Right. And then just a couple more questions. So, one of the things in the suitable site inventory is likelihood of turnover. Do we have any reason to believe that any of the automobile dealership sites are likely to turn over during the pendency of the housing element?
I can only go off of sort of conversations we've had in talking with some of the property owners there that have expressed interest in potentially exploring something other than auto uses on there, or some mix of auto and housing maybe. So we've had some of those discussions with some other property owners, so it's something we're evaluating. Understanding they're obviously a very important use for the city, but that's what we've been told by some of the property owners.
Well, let me ask you this. If we exempted, I'm not saying we're going to, but if we exempted what someone defined as automobile row, Lincoln to 20th on Santa Monica, from this particular IZO, that would not stop an auto dealer who was interested in developing housing from doing so, would it? It would just, if they wanted to do something like convert their suburban form auto dealership into an urban form dealership, it wouldn't stop that. But they could still, under our current zoning ordinance, build housing there, right?
They could. I will say there's not a lot of potential, in that zone for housing, but certainly it's possible it could.
All right, thank you.
Hi there. So Councilmember Davis asked quite a few of my questions already, but I do have a few more. So in the vein of what we're trying to do in terms of having this kind of moratorium, if you will, if we were to explore adaptive reuse of empty office buildings into housing, would those units count towards arena numbers?
As production of new units, I think they would. That's kind of a new thing, so we could look into that, but I think they would since they're brand new. They're not existing units.
Okay, so if so, then could this possibly be added to our suitable sites inventory analysis? Because as we know, we don't completely know what the fallout is going to be yet from COVID, but from what we're hearing and what we're reading is that there is going to be an abundance of office space open and available. And so for me, it sounds like it would be a more sustainable option to utilize these buildings, since the infrastructure is there, such as utilities and parking, to use those and reuse them for housing instead of starting from scratch, let's say from a warehouse, if you will. Good.
Yeah, no, we've received that direction and discussion or comments from both the outreach and from discussions with the Planning Commission. So it's something that is on the docket to be explored.
Okay, good, because I think that may alleviate some of the concerns about being able to find additional suitable locations, if that's the direction. But anyhow, and then also, I had the question too about the 45 days. How long would you anticipate? So let's say you have 45 days and then you potentially come back for an extension. How long do you anticipate that? How much time do you think the staff would need past that 45 days extension if it were to get extended?
Yeah, so we have to have an adopted housing element by October 15th of 2021. We then submit that to HCD, and they have 90 days to certify. So, I would say as long, until we have a fully confirmed certified housing element would be my recommendation for that extension.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Councilwoman Parra.
Yes, no, you're next, Oscar. But Kristen, I want you to know I see you, so you're after Phil. Now you're on, Oscar. Sorry. I can unmute you. You want me to?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, can you explain to me it's called the Industrial Conservation District. Has staff looked into, I know that there's a concern with not allowing housing there for a couple of reasons, but one is environmental, and I'm wondering if staff is looking into the issues of gentrification as well. Like, are we assessing sort of what impact these policies might have on gentrification?
The interim zoning policies, or?
Well, long term. I mean, this is it's interim, but.
Yeah. So as part of the housing element update, we have been doing a lot of work around the issues of housing stability and ensuring, protections of existing tenants, things that we can put in place to ensure that existing tenants are not displaced, and looking at the resources and tools that are available for that. That's certainly been a huge part of the work.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure that staff's considering those factors as well. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I may be confused about a number of things. So we're doing a 45-day sealing to start with, to be able to examine and look at potential sites. But then I thought I heard Councilmember McEwen talk about that the results of this zoning might go the entire length of the housing element. So, and then I just heard that Councilmember Parra said that it would end either October, or you answered Councilmember Parra by saying this IZO would expire either in October 15th or January 15th, 2022. So I'm confused first and foremost about all the dates.
Sure. So because this is an emergency interim ordinance, initially it can only last for 45 days. So that's, enacted by law. So, if council adopted it tonight, then we would have to be back before you, before the expiration of that initial period to extend it, to however long necessary it needs to be in place. As we've indicated, the reason for this IZO is really just, pending the completion of the housing element update. So this planning process we're in right now, and because we're required to have it adopted by October, submitted to HCD by October 15th, and then there's 90 days for HCD to certify it. The IZO should be in place in order to protect that planning process. So that's the dates that you're hearing is the 45-day initial, and then if there would be an extension, our recommendation would be that this temporary land use restriction that allows the city the opportunity to plan for housing on these sites be extended through the completion of the update, because once the update is done, then you would presumably have standards already in place and you would not need interim ordinance.
So it sounded a little bit, and I know we can't do that, but it almost sounded like spot zoning, that we were going to say this parcel is maybe good for housing, so we're going to zone that differently. Does that end up being almost a taking of someone's property?
No,
Because they can no longer, in other words, they already had the ability to do stuff, and now we're in the middle, in midstream, changing their zoning perhaps permanently and saying they can only build housing on that site. So am I understanding that properly, or am I totally lost in space?
Jing, do you want me to take that quickly?
Sure, if you'd like.
So no, it would not be spot zoning, Councilmember Brock. What we're talking about now is a general pause for a limited period of time, which would be 45 days initially, and then through the completion of the planning process. As part of that planning process, staff will be identifying sites that they believe are suitable for housing, but zoning will not be implemented solely for those sites. If there are zoning changes, the zoning changes would be for general zoning changes to enable housing generally, with the expectation that the sites that have been identified as the most suitable would potentially be ones that individuals would choose to put housing on, but it wouldn't be limited to those sites.
Do we end up with, when we're trying to make it economic, we have, I know, dual processes here. We need to find sites desperately for housing in the city, but we also need to make sure we have an economic. Are we somehow decreasing our economic vitality over the short term by doing this? Or do you think it's the process is for so long it doesn't make a difference?
Yeah, in this temporary period, that's why the exceptions are in there, that continue to allow the retenanting of existing buildings, the additions to existing businesses. The situation that is concerning to us is that, if someone were to demolish a 2-story commercial building and replace it with a brand new commercial building that could potentially, have been planned for a housing site. And, I think we're trying to look at opportunities through this housing element update process, to understand, are there incentives, that can be put in place to incentivize production of housing. But, what the question you're asking is a very good one in terms of balancing land uses across the city. And that will, certainly be part of the conversation and the discussion, when the final draft is back to the council is, talking about the balance of land uses citywide, because certainly it's, as you're recognizing, it's not an intent to turn, everything, just housing, right, and nothing else. There's an economy that needs to be supported as well.
Thank you.
The part that I'm just a little confused by is if we know already that we're going to need to wait until our housing element is signed off on 90 days or 60 days after we submit it in October, why would this only be for 45 days? Like, what's the point of doing? Is that a limit? Like, legally, an interim zoning ordinance can only be 45 days? Is that the issue? Okay.
Yes, that's the issue.
Yes, it is.
The initial emergency zoning ordinance has to be 45 days or less.
Got it. Okay. And the only way we could do this was as an emergency zoning ordinance?
We could do it as a regular ordinance as well. It was brought forward as an emergency ordinance given the date of the very fast process we're on to plan for the housing element update, in addition to projects that are pending in the pipeline, and just the kind of applications we're seeing, and we're needing the opportunity to preserve the opportunity to plan.
And that allows us to do the retroactive to January 12th, because otherwise it wouldn't be effective 30 days after we pass the second reading, right? Is that?
Well, it wouldn't be effective, but the applicability of an ordinance is always a council, it's a council policy decision. So it doesn't mean that, I guess, typically when you adopt an ordinance, yes, it's, 30 days after second reading is its effective date, but the applicability of that ordinance could reach back to, some other date before that effective date.
Okay. And then regarding the suitable sites inventory, I guess Councilmember Davis touched on this, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding this properly. So we would be able to cite in our suitable sites inventory parcels that are currently not actually available and may not actually be available at any point during this next cycle? Or do you all do the work to find out which sites that might be in this suitable sites inventory have leases that are expiring within the next 8 years, and so then you include them? Because I'm just trying to fully appreciate how the sites are determined, and will we get a map of all the sites?
Yeah, great question, actually. We've been working feverishly to get up the website. So it's actually up today. It's on the Housing Element website, santamonica.gov/housing-element-update. I may as well plug that while I'm here. And you can click on the draft concepts link. That on there this is basically companion to the staff report that was just released to the Planning Commission. So there's an interactive map that's up of all the preliminary sites analysis. And I want to emphasize it is preliminary. This is just our first cut based on the filtering and methodology that was presented to Council in December. There is a summary report, in terms of the methodology, and it gives a lot of information, in terms of how many sites are on there, an estimate of how many units, come out of that. So there's a lot of information in there, and it also includes in there kind of the factors that were considered, in this first cut. And, again, emphasize it's an iterative process. So this is just the, preliminary results, that we have at this moment.
And quick question, those preliminary results with regard to the possible unit density on a site, that takes into account the current zoning for that location and not potentially, because then we have that Councilmember Davis brought up, like, if you can only do 2 floors or something then it's like not that many units. And so I'm curious, for our purposes for the sites inventory, are we basing it on that, or like what we would want to ideally do?
Yeah, ultimately, when there is when Council gets to a point when you're adopting the element, we would have, future, whatever future development standards in place. The preliminary analysis that, you'll see on that website is based on existing standards, because we're not there yet, right? We haven't even, we haven't talked to the Council, we haven't talked to the Commission, we haven't talked to our community, right, about any feedback on that. So we're just in the beginning of this very, very fast process, but.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with, it's just based on like a personal anecdote and experience I had within the last week. So, hydrogen's low. I have a hydrogen vehicle. Sometimes when the stations are out, I go into Toyota and they'll give me like a loaner if we can't get hydrogen, right? So like the Toyota site is just, pretty in sad shape, right? But it's also kind of like their physical buildings are like a very small portion of like the site, and they haven't done the same updates that like some of the other dealerships have done, like Subaru and Lexus on Wilshire and some of the other ones, and Mini Cooper and stuff. And so I'm just curious if they wanted to put in for a plan, they would be limited to building out an updated dealership based on their kind of like bungalow type building right now. Is that the FAR that they'd be limited to under this ordinance?
Yeah, so under this ordinance, if it's an existing site and provided that they, are under their FAR under current standards, they could add on to the site. That this ordinance does not preclude that. What it does preclude would be like the demolition, like raising of the site and building something brand new on it. But adding on to the property, adding on an extra floor or whatever, that would all be allowed.
Even if the current structure wouldn't hold a second floor? So like
it would have to be in addition to the building. So, it couldn't be like a demolition and rebuild of a brand new building.
Got it. And I have no relationship to Toyota other than I drive one. I was curious, and it was like, I was trying to picture like what options we might be taking away from folks. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Oh, now I have a couple questions. I'm sorry, Phil. Is it quick?
Probably too quick. Yeah, I think so. Two quick questions. One, if we're freezing the potential, I just have an innate issue with, are we freezing these landlords' ability to be able to change their property? Are we somehow, we're basically not for 45 days, but long term, if we identify a parking lot right now and decide we only want that to be housing, we're not taking, but are we in effect freezing their ability to make a difference? That's one question. That's just a yes or no, I guess.
Yeah, so under this IZO, because we're kind of, I think, going back and forth between this IZO and the housing element, so I want to kind of be clear about that. So for this IZO, it is a temporary pause on being able to, demolish and like build something new on that property for that property owner. Now, if that property owner wanted to add on to their building, this IZO does not affect the ability to do that. As part of the housing element, that is precise. That is the discussion, that council will be having with you on March 23rd in terms of some concepts as to, how you want to approach, providing incentives for housing, and there's a variety of tools to be able to do that. So. And
then quick follow-up to Councilmember McCowan. Toyota looks, pardon the, I'm sure the owner's in a freak, but Toyota is not one of our better-looking dealerships. So whereas Mini on the corner of 14th and Santa Monica appears like that would be what we want the future of dealerships to be. And I don't know the Mini. But my question is, how do we allow them the freedom to upgrade, which thereby reduces pollution in the neighborhood and reduces problems if we put a freeze on them? Because they are one of our, I don't know where they stand in sales tax now. For years, they were number one or two collectively.
Yeah, so.
I'd rather see, and the last sentence of that, I guess, I'd rather see every dealership be fully enclosed in some form or another and modernized and not have surface parking lots, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. They have the opportunity to do that now if they wanted to rebuild in that way under current zoning rules.
I'm sorry, because I thought you just said to Councilmember McCowan that they couldn't. They would have to do it as an addition to their existing building rather than mowing down their building and building a brand new dealership that would be more environmentally friendly.
Right. If this IZO was adopted, yes, that would be the case. I'm sorry if I misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking about, like, absent the IZO, what could a dealership do now? Because they certainly could do that, rebuild in the manner that you see many. If the IZO were in effect, again, it would be a temporary pause on that activity. It's not, this is an IZO. It's not intended, or, we're not recommending it go on for a very long time. It's just to pending the completion of the housing element update, which should be,
Thank you. And thank you for the patience, Mayor Himmelrich.
So, Jing, how many pending, so you said there are two things where you thought it wasn't, you said projects pending review and projects pending building permits were both, we're exempting those. I want to know how many are pending review and how many, and I'll take a ballpark on it.
Pending review is about, I think it's about 7 or 8, if I recall. I'm trying to remember our sheets. In terms of building permits, we don't actually have that number in terms of which ones are in building permit, because they're the ones that in plan check. They're like out of the planning approval process at that point.
And they have approved permits, right? They have approved permits.
Yeah, they have approved, like they have like planning approvals, but sometimes, there's like a 2-year period. So sometimes they go away and we're not sure where they've gone to. They haven't entered back into the city process, so it's sometimes a little hard to track.
But they have a planning approval, so they're vested, but the pendings aren't vested. Is that right?
Well, vested, to be truly vested, you'd have to have like a vesting map or something like that, or have, permits issued. Yeah.
But you have approved, the building permits have been approved by you and the pending reviews have not.
Yeah, when we say pending review, we mean like pending planning approval, like the planning commission hasn't actually heard the project yet, or they're still, their project is in that entitlement phase.
So are the 7 or 8 in, does that include Tesla?
Tesla, yes, it does include that.
That's a pending review because they have to come to us?
Well, no, they've been approved by the planning commission, but it's still in the appeal period, so the permit is not effective yet.
But when the 60-day, right, is it a 60-day period or 30?
It's a 14-day appeal period from when.
Oh, on planning?
Yes,
okay.
That's right.
So, do they own that lot, Jing, or are they leasing it?
I don't know for certain. I believe they're leasing it though.
And for changes in use, so are we letting, let's say, a warehouse, or are we saying that a warehouse that could be a housing site can change its use to office building?
That's right. It would be the existing building. You could do a tenant improvement, so that would be allowed.
Regardless of how intensive the change was.
Right.
And can you tell me why you included that?
I think when we looked at it on the whole, the city is very much, still in this economic recovery. We have a lot of vacancies across the city, and we didn't think it would be right to throw more barriers in front of our existing local businesses. If they had somebody that wanted to move in, I think that we want to support businesses moving in, and there's other opportunities. For other sites, like I said, the more concerning activity for us would be, the demolition and rebuild, which seems like there's a bigger opportunity since they're going to turn over anyways.
If we exempted Auto Row, how many sites would that affect?
Let me look that up for you. I can get back to you in a moment on that.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Those were all my questions. So let's move to discussion, and let's start with a motion. Councilmember McEwen.
Well, first I want to go back to why it was that the council voted to ask staff to come back to us with this back in January. We had an extensive discussion about housing when we considered the housing element in a study session in December. And what we realized was we all care passionately about protecting existing residents. We're going to have to build new housing in our city, but we don't want to displace people and we don't want to gentrify. Now, for over 10 years since we adopted the loose, it's been city policy to encourage new housing along transit boulevards, downtown, essentially places where housing doesn't exist now. So that by building new housing, we're not tearing down existing housing and moving out people who live here now like we do. So as we look at this housing element and the requirement to build a considerable amount of new housing, We are legitimately interested in building that in places where it won't displace existing housing or disrupt existing neighborhoods. So our commercial corridors and places that have been in commercial use are a very important resource. And what this interim zoning ordinance does is to let us consider, evaluate, and perhaps act on the use of that resource as we study the housing element. If we don't put a hold on these sites, history has shown us they're more likely than not going to be developed or redeveloped as commercial sites, not housing sites. Now, as part of the housing element, we might decide that along the corridors, we would allow more stories of housing than we do currently, which would, far from being a taking for the property owner, actually be an expansion of their ability to develop the property and perhaps give them the incentive to use that property for housing as opposed to merely commercial use. So by voting in this interim zoning ordinance tonight, which I must stress is temporary, what we're doing is giving ourselves the ability to better protect our residents against displacement. If we have to upzone for housing, we want to, as much as possible, have that be in places where housing doesn't currently exist. Now, I'd make a motion, except I'm not entirely happy with the staff recommendation. I'd like to ask staff if they could tell me what changes to the staff recommendation it would take to capture more of the properties that have already been somewhat into the process, but where ground hasn't been broken, huge amounts of money haven't been invested, but where we might retain those parcels for housing consideration at least until October 15th, when we have to come up with a housing element. And if you can answer that, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Sure. So the change would be, in terms of the ordinance, it'd be in the applicability. So under Section 1, the change would be in Section 1B, where it talks about applications for projects in progress that are not subjected to the ordinance. So I think what we would look at is probably applications for a planning entitlement would be removed from that. That would sort of move it back, one step from where the recommendation is right now. So it would allow projects that are in plan check to still proceed. Those are quite far along. But for projects that are pending planning review, would be included in the ordinance.
All right, so that's the language that'll be in the motion I'm about to make. And I just want to clarify one other thing having to do with automotive uses. And I totally agree. We want to see these old suburban type auto establishments convert to the urban landform. But do we have anybody in the process of doing that right now?
We don't have pending applications on that stretch of auto road.
So the IZO doesn't affect any of the auto people. As far as we know, if they have plans, their long-term plans will be done with this.
That is our understanding at this moment.
All right, so do we understand the motion I'm making, Council? I'm moving the staff recommendation with the change in applicability that was just described instead of the staff recommendation.
You mean to remove the applications that are pending review, Kevin? Is that what you're saying?
Jane, could you repeat that so we have it on the record?
That's correct. It's the application for a planning entitlement would be removed from B.
And does the city attorney have the ability to make that change on the fly here tonight? Is that easy?
Yes, if you can give me 1 second. Jane, I just sent you an email. Can you look at that and let me know if that works?
Because I do want to retain maximum flexibility to protect existing residents in their home.
Yes, George, that's right.
So let me type that up and I'll show you what the language is. So if you'll give me 1 second.
I think every parcel of land we don't let ourselves look at as part of the housing element means we may be forced to allow housing development where housing now exists. And again, as I started out, that is a threat to displacement and gentrification that I don't think we want to impose on our.
I see you, Oscar. Are you going to show, Oscar, can you say something without seeing the language?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, I had a question for staff. And is it true that most of the housing developed in the fifth cycle of RENA occurred on sites that had not even been identified in the suitable sites inventory? Is that true?
Yeah, we had about like 83 sites on there, and about like 15 or 16 of them were developed in the SSI.
And how many sites that weren't, I'm sorry, how many sites that weren't on the list were developed with housing, Jing? Do you know that?
Let me, yeah, we actually did look at that. I need to look that up, though. I don't know it off the top of my head right now.
This illustrates, though, that we're not taking away from landowners the ability to decide what they want to do with the land. They often do not use what we've called a suitable site for housing.
Well, I think the real issue is that until people have an interest in doing something other than housing, Kevin, or a vested right to do something other than housing, then we can decide that we'd rather it be housing than whatever use, they dream about, in 10 years.
If we make it financially viable, I think that is
right. And no, I understand that. I get that. Bill?
I'm wondering how the city attorney and planning are doing with the language before we get too far. So let me put up the language. I'll share my screen if that's okay, and Jane, you can walk them through the language. So I think hopefully you can see that. Jane, do you want to talk through that?
Yeah, so this is the language that would have this apply to projects that have not received a planning entitlement. So the change here is for projects that do not require a planning entitlement, any application for a building permit, including plan check, determined complete on or before January 12, 2021.
And just to clarify, that would, in effect, include more properties, as
that's right.
Earlier. So that is my motion. That is my motion, folks.
I'll second.
So if everybody has had a chance, I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
That would be good. Then I can see if somebody wants to say something. Gleam. I see you.
So I have a couple of questions. So first of all, does that change that in Kevin's motion recapture the Tesla site?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And second of all, Councilmember De La Torre asked the question about, sites that were identified in the previous suitable site inventory and weren't used. If a site in the upcoming housing element is not identified as a suitable site, that doesn't preclude building housing on it, right?
That is correct.
And I think I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask anyway. Councilmember McEwen, if I were to make a friendly amendment to exempt auto dealerships, existing auto dealerships from your motion, would that be considered friendly?
I really don't see the need for us to do that. Again, this is a temporary hold, and if we start to exempt various things, we reduce the options we have in the housing element. I think we should be looking to maximize, not reduce. If there were at this moment an auto dealership who I knew was on the verge of making a significant land use change, I'd be more concerned. But staff tells us there have been no interest or applications, at least in the near term. So I really don't see the need for the amendment.
Well, I'm going to, since I have the floor, make a substitute motion to adopt Councilmember McEwen's motion, but to add an additional exception for parcels located on Santa Monica Boulevard between Lincoln and 20th, and where the current use I think we can do this, and the city attorney can correct me, where the current use is an automotive dealership or some ancillary use.
I'll second.
Would that capture the Tesla site?
No, because I'm talking about where it's used in connection with the dealership, not vehicle charging. So it would not recapture the Tesla site, or at least that's not the intent of my motion.
Discussion on the substitute. Okay. I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
So we have a vote on. Okay. Is there any discussion on the substitute motion?
I just want to be sure we know what we mean by capture. So under Councilmember Davis's substitute motion, on that strip of Santa Monica Boulevard, properties that are currently in automobile dealership or direct ancillary use would not be covered by the IZO, but parcels that may be intended for some other commercial use but are not already at this moment an automobile dealership would continue to be on hold while we look at the housing element. Is that correct?
That's correct. So just to be clear, the proposed Tesla site, because I adopt the same language you do about application, the proposed Tesla site would be back available for housing.
So any discussion of this?
Councilmember Mayor Himmelrich, this is David Martin. Could I jump in for just 1 second? I apologize.
Of course you can. Hi, David.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to point out something, please. I want to make sure that it sounds like what's being considered would impact pending planning applications, and I'm thinking about some of the DA projects that staff has been working on for quite some time that potentially could come before the council before the expiration of this IZO or before the expiration of the ordinance. So I just wanted to point out and make sure if that's council's intent, then fine. But I just wanted to make it clear that that would impact those projects and staff's ability to move forward on those right now. For example, the Ocean Avenue Hotel, it does have housing, but it would not be considered a mixed-use housing project because of the other uses that are a part of that project.
Talking about the Geary Hotel or a different hotel?
The Geary Hotel.
The Geary?
Yeah.
And David, that would include the St. John's development agreement as well?
And St. John's as well. Has a small amount of housing, but again, those projects, as you know, have been in the works for many years.
So, Councilmember Davis. Yes.
Well, since it's my motion on the floor, Mr. Martin, do you have some recommendation? I agree with Councilmember McEwen about wanting to, make sure we preserve what we can. My concern about auto dealerships is that while there may not be any immediate plans to change them, they are significant sales tax providers, and if we sort of put an IZO, which we all know, it's 45 days, and then it's another few months, and then it drags on, we won't see any urban form auto dealerships, or we may not even see auto dealerships. They may decide to leave. But is there a way to exempt those projects that you've just identified? Maybe that's about Mr. Cardona. Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe so. Could it be as simple as exempting pending development agreements? We only have 3 at this point: the Bergamot Station DA, the St. John's DA, and the Ocean Avenue Hotel DA.
So I will amend my motion to exclude any pending, or is that the right word, pending?
Yes.
Development agreements.
I would respect that as a second.
If I may, can I put up the language just so we're clear what we're looking at?
I see you, Kristen. Go ahead, George. Kristen.
So now we have Item B, which is the exemption for reaching back further. Item C, which is automobile dealerships, parcels located on Santa Monica Boulevard between Lincoln and 20th Street that are currently in use as automobile dealerships or for services ancillary to automobile dealerships. And then item D, development agreements, parcels subject to pending development.
Does that work?
That works
Davis?
for me. That works for me.
How about David?
Yes,
Does that work for you,
that
David?
definitely works. Yes, thank you.
And the seconder?
Yes.
Councilmember McCowan are you done?
I actually, sorry, the language clarified. I just wanted to make sure that it was currently operating as automobile dealerships or ancillary dealership, because that Tesla one used to be a dealership.
That's why I keep asking about it. I understand.
Thank you.
It looks like an auto lot, right? We all get that, I think. Kevin. You're muted. You were unmuted.
I turned myself off instead of on.
I saw that.
I resisted the amendment on auto dealerships because I thought really that wasn't necessary. And frankly, I agree that the hotel site, the Bergamot site, and St. John's are not likely to be developed as a housing site in any case. So to make this a little bit simpler for everybody, I will support the substitute motion that's currently on the floor.
Good. Any more comments? Let's vote. May we have a vote, please? A roll call.
Yes. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that passes unanimously on a motion by Davis, seconded by Brock.
Correct.
And now we move to, I'm sorry, Denise.
Go ahead.
Were you saying something?
No, I was just going on to the next item.
Okay, good. Great. Go for it.
Item 7B is introduction and first reading of the ordinance extending the first shared mobility device pilot program, repealing the second pilot program, and amending Santa Monica Municipal Code to remove prohibition of Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes on the beach bike path. And we have, I believe, at least five members of the public that are on for audio comments.
Mayor, I believe before we begin this, Councilmember De La Torre may have a statement that he wishes to state.
George.
Yes, I do have a statement. On March 2nd, I received from the Santa Monica Climate Action Steering Committee an email in support of Santa Monica's shared mobility program. I responded to the email with the following. Thank you for your email. Would DASM be open to supporting a study of methane emissions, etc. at Gondara Park? When I sent this response, I mistakenly sent it reply all, which meant that my response went to all of the other council members on that email thread. My responsive email has been attached to the agenda with respect to this item, and I am disclosing this now so that my email communication that mistakenly went to all of the other council members can be part of the open and public discussion of this agenda item. Following my email, I did not discuss this agenda item with any other council members. After this, I will explain that the email reply.
Oscar, I'll do that explanation. That's for me.
Okay.
Basically, as we have seen previously, this happens by accident. The email reply all could potentially violate the Brown Act, but I do believe that the disclosure of the contents of the email, the addition of that email to the public agenda, and the ability now of both the public and other council members to discuss and consider that email and the topics it raised as part of the open session public comment and discussion on this item cure any potential Brown Act violation. And with that, I believe we're prepared to proceed with this item. And Mayor Himmelrich, you're muted.
Thank you both, and now we're ready for the staff report.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So good evening. My name is Kyle Kozar. Mayor and council members, my name is Kyle Kozar. I'm a senior transportation planner in the mobility division. As you may know, the shared mobility current pilot program is going to expire on April 30th, and so I'm here tonight to talk to you about possible paths forward for shared mobility services here in the city. Shared mobility is a key component of Santa Monica's transportation network. Our first shared mobility service, the Breeze Bike Share System, demonstrated the value of shared mobility in converting people to a new way for getting around town and elevating the visibility of other modes of transportation that are really needed for the city in order to achieve our broader congestion and emission reduction goals. Over half of the driving trips in Santa Monica are under 3 miles, and these modes are critical alternatives that can help replace those short trips to something other than cars. In 2017, the shared mobility industry saw a huge influx of venture capital investment and shifted from city-owned bike share systems like our Breeze Bike Share towards electrification, both with e-scooters and e-bikes, and to other form factors, and really a preference for operational permits rather than contracts to help drive market competition and kind of speed the industry into a fast growth, expansive model, really trying to gobble up as much market across the country as possible. Recognizing the popularity of these new services and devices and the potential opportunity to help further diversify our transportation systems, the city created one of the first regulatory structures to test permitting, regulating, and enforcing shared mobility under a permit. And this effort has been widely emulated in cities across the country. So what we learned from the first pilot program was that shared mobility is incredibly popular among Santa Monica residents and visitors to the area, and it can help us achieve our broader mobility and emission reduction goals. In rider surveys, we found that Santa Monica community members made up 35% of riders, 44% of riders came from LA County outside of Santa Monica, and 49% of riders said their most recent trip would have otherwise been in a car, so that's like a drive alone or a Uber or a Lyft. So what we also learned in our pilot program so far has been that challenges, many of them still remain unaddressed. And while there's been overall complaints have gone down and there's been a lot of progress made, we still hear from community members about the challenges related to shared mobility. We hear about still, issues of rider behavior, haphazard parking, unequal distribution of devices, which leads to oversaturation in some areas and lack of service in others. Affordability continues to be an issue. We estimated in the first pilot that a 1-mile trip could be more expensive than taking an Uber or Lyft, and since then prices have even gone up higher. There's been slow innovation of tech solutions that can help remedy some of these problems, and the industry itself continues to evolve and shift with demand and financing, and that can leave some users feeling like it's unreliable. COVID-19 further exacerbated the volatility in the industry to a degree, with obviously movement of transportation modes across all modes slowed during COVID, and shared mobility in particular saw a 77% decline from 2019 to 2020. And companies are still largely dependent on private investment to sustain their operations. So as ridership revenue and investment has slowed, companies have had to downsize and change operations to decrease staffing and service levels, and withdrawing from some markets so that they could focus on other markets. 2 of our companies, Lime and Jump, pulled out of Santa Monica in March and May of last year. And also in this time, some companies have started to voice preference now for reducing market competition and forging more long-term relationships with cities to allow for assurance that their investments that they want to make and that they need to make in communities are there, and that way it'll provide the best service possible to the community. So some other cities like Portland, Oregon and Denver are now moving in that direction of kind of forging these longer-term contractual agreements. So tonight, staff is recommending that council give direction to shift our permit program to a longer-term commitment contracted model for shared mobility in the city. We're recommending this because we think that this model would help us address persistent challenges in a number of different ways. First, deepening the city's partnership with companies will strengthen consistency and quality of the service. It will create a longer-term commitment that will allow companies to confidently invest in new technologies like sidewalk riding and geofencing, improved devices, and look at a diversity of different payment plan options that can help the service. As well, it will help ease some of the administrative and enforcement burden that staff has and make our oversight more efficient because we'll have a much tighter bond with our contracted service provider. Creating a contractual agreement will also give the city the ability to influence usage rates, equity programs, and maintenance standards through service level agreements that will be enforced through the contract. This is things like setting equity and affordability targets, including membership payment options, looking at setting operational and device distribution requirements, looking at opportunities for integrating payment and booking with our transit services, possibly, and really allowing the city to more closely coordinate our safety, education, and outreach campaigns to get at better rider behaviors. And then lastly, through a negotiated contract, the city and the companies can start to address some of the operational cost concerns that have been raised by companies in the past, and look at ways for generating revenue through either revenue sharing or sponsorship opportunities that can hopefully generate revenue for both the companies and the city. So should council direct staff to move towards a contracted model for shared mobility, we're also looking to tonight to confirm outcome priorities that we would include in the solicitation and procurement process and negotiation process, as well as identify any additional priorities that we may have missed, and I'll go through the priorities here in a moment. I would just say as well that we would structure the RFP based on the criteria and the lessons learned taken from our pilot program, as well as look at some of what the other cities are doing, like Portland and Denver, as an example. And we know that all of these criteria are obviously important and will lead to the best service for the community, and we'll look to maximize all of these different priority areas in our negotiation and selection process. The things that we think are paramount to include are reliability and access, so ensuring that devices are in every neighborhood and serving every neighborhood, assuring that there's sidewalk blockages and things like that are addressed. Customer affordability, so ensuring that there are annual and monthly subscriptions or low income plans, and that the full range of potential users has access and afford to ride. Outreach and education, so ensuring that underrepresented users are targeted and engaged to let them know that this is available to them, as well as safety and outreach campaigns, rider classes, things like that. Sustainability, we'd be seeking obviously contracts with partners that have a long life expectancy for their devices, so they're not just throwaway, filling landfills. Obviously, zero emission operations or zero emission operations would be preferred. Customer service, ensuring that there is good complaint resolution, both for users as well as community members who aren't users that maybe just have an issue and they need it addressed quickly by the company. Things like that. And then lastly, revenue generation, like I said before, exploring the opportunities that for both the city and the companies to generate revenue. to sustain the program. So council could also tonight, if they choose not to follow the recommendation, think of and consider some other possible paths forward. In January of 2020, staff began preparing a second shared mobility pilot program that would build on the successes of the first one and try to address some of those problems through updated administrative regulations. So we could go forward with doing a solicitation of new permittees and go that route. We'd look to select up to 3 participating companies. We would administer and enforce it through an updated administrative regulation. And we would still want to extend the current pilot program for about 6 months so that would give us time to go through that procurement and selection process. Another possible option is LA Metro Bike Share. Currently, LA Metro is exploring options for restructuring their bike share system, and they have voiced interest in having Santa Monica come on as a partner. The timeline, costs, and benefits for the city right now are unknown and to be determined. And staff, will continue to have conversations with LA Metro Bike Share, but that can be something that council could direct us to pursue more assertively. Although I would say we would be beholden to, their timeline for updating their system. So if council decides to move forward with the recommended actions, the next steps would be to draft and release a request for proposals, open interviews and negotiation with the top qualified companies. We'd make our final selection based on those negotiations, and then we would return to council for authorization to execute those contracts. So shifting gears a little bit, another recommendation from the staff report that I'll talk about this evening quickly is removing the prohibition of Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes on the beach bike path. When the shared mobility pilot program was adopted in 2018, because of many safety concerns regarding the narrowness and congestion of the path, council clarified the prohibition of all electric devices on the beach bike path, including all e-bikes. And at that time, council did leave open the opportunity for revisiting a possible exemption for e-bikes on the bike path at a later time. Since that time, significant changes have happened. We have completed the North Beach Bike Path project, which has separated pedestrians and cyclists north of the pier and expanded capacity of the path and has incorporated high visibility pedestrian crossings. The overall number of shared mobility operators and devices has decreased in the city, and the shared mobility operators we have implemented geofencing technology that has limited or fundamentally turns off the motors of the e-scooters and e-bikes to limit their access to the beach bike path. Of course, there are private e-bike and e-scooter owners who ride on the beach bike path, and the geofencing does not limit their ability to do so. So given these improvements and changes, staff is recommending allowing Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes, and these are the slower e-bikes that can only reach a top speed of 20 miles an hour. Because there are still concerns about excessive speed on the path, staff is recommending that Class 3 e-bikes, which can go up to 28 miles an hour, still be prohibited. And Santa Monica Police Department has expressed that it would be challenging for them to distinguish among the different types of e-bikes. So some training to be able to distinguish between the different types would be needed for beach path enforcement staff for when they go out to do enforcement actions to try to limit speed and different types of devices on the beach path. So with that is my presentation, and I look forward to any questions and comments you have.
Thank you, and I think we're in the same place. Councilmember McEwen.
A lot of us still have a bad taste in our mouth from how these shared devices first hit our streets without permits, without control. Moving to a contract seems like a very good way to get better control over how these companies use our public rights of way. And
so Kevin, are you going to ask because we're in questions now and we have public comment. Go ahead.
Question. Okay. I'm very surprised, since it would seem that the contracts would benefit the city, to have gotten emails from the companies urging us to move even more quickly toward contracts. So can staff explain to me why the delay in going to contracts? If we chose to go to contracts as soon as possible, how soon would that be?
Well, I think the challenge will be that to move to contracts means we have to go through contract negotiation. And so I think, Santa Monica is a very desirable market, and I think we have a lot of leverage to negotiate good contracts and get the best outcomes and best services for the community. And in discussing kind of the negotiations, the few that have happened in the last year or so, they can be lengthy. So, we're proposing extending for 11 months, and that would give enough time for us to go out, do a very clear, transparent selection process, develop a negotiation process so that we could get the best kind of and final offer from multiple vendors, and then move forward with execution. So it will take time to go through that negotiation.
So time is on our side, and we'd be likely to get a better deal.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're going to want to fully negotiate the best services and outcomes for the community, and I think we'll be able to do that if we have time, and we don't rush through it too much.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess we're doing, I was going to ask if we wanted to hear public comment first, but okay. Councilmember Parr, Councilmember Delatorre, Councilmember Davis, any other questions? Councilmember Brock.
Great. Thank you, Kyle, for the presentation. I have a few questions for you, and maybe it's for George as well. So the first question is, moving from a permitted to a contracted model of service, will it increase the city's liability in terms of injury and damage to property?
I don't believe so. I mean, go ahead, George.
Our hope would be no. I mean, that would be part of the negotiation process. We would try to negotiate an indemnification similar to what we have currently under the permit process.
Okay. Okay, and then how fast do scooters go?
15 miles an hour.
So the bikes will go 5 miles per hour faster.
They're, yeah, class 2 are governed at 20, yep.
Okay. And then moving on to, I had a bunch of notes. I'm just trying to understand first pilot versus the second pilot. So according to my notes, so the mobility pilot program launched in 2018. The pilot evaluation report of 2020, council directed staff to create a second program to launch July 1st, 2020. But due to COVID, council extended that first program to April 30, 2021. So it's already had one extension, correct? Okay. So let's see here. And then does that mean that the first project has been running since September 2018? So it's been 3 years? Okay. And if it has, during those 3 years, understanding that we only have 2 vendors now that are in the city for the scooters, their infrastructure in terms of their scooters, has there been any upgrades to the technology during the last 3 years that you are aware of?
Yeah. I mean, all of the companies have gone through different iterations. So changing brakes, making 2-sided kickstands so they can stand up, bigger wheel sizes so they're a little more sturdy, more robust necks and things like that. So those kind of improvements have happened. And, I think since COVID hit, like I had said or alluded to a bit in the presentation, there has been a slowdown of investment across the board. And so, I think that all the companies, most of the companies that have been really moving or that had told us that they're really moving towards sidewalk riding technology and so forth, a lot of that has stalled. Some of it has continued with some operators. But I think across the board, the industry, like many industries, has slowed down a little bit in the research and design, of new technologies. But it seems like now those things are picking up and their companies are looking and starting to bring some of those and test those new technologies in different markets. And so now would be a good opportunity to, find a good partner that's testing those things and try to move forward with them.
Thank you. And the reason why I brought that up is just because I've had an opportunity to speak to several different mobility partners, some that already contracted with us, some that aren't, and they already have that technology. Some already have the technology that if it were a scooter were to go up on the sidewalk, it'll detect that it's on the sidewalk and it'll go much slower. Some already self-parks, some already there's some new and improved docking. So there's a lot of different opportunities for that. And so, as a first responder, obviously, public safety and safety is actually my number one priority. And so I know that when the scooters initially launched, the amount of injuries and, the ERs that were continually being clogged because of the injuries, for scooter, was pretty significant. And so understanding that now behavior's changed, I'm concerned that if we stay with the same vendors and not allow other vendors to come in, that we won't have that opportunity to have that enhanced technology. So that was one of my questions. And then I also kind of feel that if we have more competition, wouldn't that reduce the price, for the end user? If there's, a little bit more of the saturation of scooters in the city, wouldn't that price potentially be a little bit lower for our end user?
That's not what we experienced over the last 3 years. Competition didn't drive down prices. All of the companies had steadily increased prices over time, and I think that is, you could attribute it to them. A lot of them are new and they were learning the amount of investment that it takes to operate in these markets and meet communities' expectations as far as response time, staffing, and all those types of things. So, what we saw in the first pilot program was that user prices increased steadily, and they are now at an all-time high. And the oversaturation in downtown, because operators are then competing for the limited revenue. There's only so many trips that can happen in a space. And so, they would be competing in an area like downtown to try to capture as many rides as they can because they know they're competing for that limited rides and therefore limited revenue. So we would see congestion problems, but that didn't actually impact the prices. Prices just steadily went up.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Oscar, I think you were next, weren't you?
How many operators do we have right now that would be included in this?
Included in which part?
If we in the pilot, the pilot, you're talking about extending the pilot, right?
Yeah. So the goal would be to. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Yeah. How many vendors are included in that extension?
The two vendors that we have currently, Lyft and Bird.
Okay. How do we expand that? There are other operators out there right now, and I agree with Councilwoman Parra that competition will I'm hoping, and I think this, and you can tell me if the staff vision is not aligned with what I'm about to say, but it seems to me that more competition is going to allow us to access the best technology and also to set criteria that will enhance safety, for residents, for our community. Do you agree with that statement?
That's not what we have experienced in the past pilot program. Again, what we experienced was, and it's not the direction that most of the current operators are interested in, having multiple vendors in the market and competition, because what has happened is through like a shorter term permit, which is what we would have now, there's uncertainty for the companies, and so they are not willing or as interested in to invest a lot of money in the community in the form of technology and new devices because they're unsure about their future. And so it's a lot of investment for them. And so now the shift has been, initially, the industry was really focused on market expansion, and they had touted competition as a way to do that. that didn't bear out on the ground as much. It's not really what we saw. And so now the shift has been, and the opinion is to shift to this more deeper relationship, because then that gives them certainty. It gives certainty to their investors, and they can invest in new technologies and better devices that will provide the better, more reliant service to the community.
Yeah, no, I hear the reasoning, but I want to push back a little bit, because as you say, well, that's not the experience, but you haven't experienced the experience, with new providers that have better technology. And let me just say this, I mean, it's true, I think, that we've made a greater investment in infrastructure. So, for example, just like one example, the boardwalk, we've expanded the boardwalk. So we've made an investment, to give more stability to these vendors.
Sure.
And of course, with bike lanes being expanded as well in the city of Santa Monica, that's an investment we're making as a city that will enhance, the product, and consumption of that product, on our streets and on our boardwalk and so forth. So I just want to say that I want to see more competition. I want to expand from 2 to at least 4, and see then with an expanded pilot with more vendors involved, that as we set the criteria forward, and that we will get the right type of relationship. I mean, I understand the idea of having stability for these businesses, but for us as a city, we want to have a long-term relationship with the right vendors. And I can just say from the Councilman McEwen started talking about some problems that we had, and it did leave a bad taste in our mouth. But it also, and here's another question: are we tracking the amount of injuries and even liability from these companies? Do we know how many people have been suing these companies, and the liability, in terms of public safety, that these companies are responsible for? Are we tracking that?
Well, I would leave that to the city attorney as far as tracking the lawsuits. But one thing I would just add to, I think the goal in moving to, I hear your point about adding more different vendors to the market, but I think the idea to moving to a contracted model is that we would be seeking that competition through the procurement. So we would want to be negotiating and selecting with multiple vendors to see which ones are really the ones that are capable of bringing the best service. But
some of them already have an upper hand if we've been allowing them to operate, or they've been operating, with extended, pilots, and some of the newer providers that probably have better technology or a product that's a better fit for our city and for our customers haven't been given those same opportunities. And I would like to give, more of an equal opportunity to all the vendors so that we can end up with a, better product and a better contract moving forward for our residents and for our visitors alike.
Yeah, and I agree. I think the goal would be that, the procurement would be a clean slate, and I think that our goal would be to find that best vendor. I agree there's other vendors out there that do a lot of things, and that's why we would want them to submit applications and work with us to negotiate if they were, the top candidates.
One question: in terms of the money that the city gets, do we get a percentage when a rider pays? How does the city get paid? Is it by unit? Is it in terms of the contracted model? Even what's the vision for how would it operate? How does the city get its share of each use? Or is it? Yeah, explain that to me.
So right now, the two operators, they pay annual fees, which are cost recovery fees. There's a $20,000 per operator fee, and then there's a $105 per device fee that they pay annually, and those are cost recovery. So they pay for staff time, enforcement, contractor, and so forth.
So we're not getting a percentage of every ride then. It's just that fee.
And then in addition, there's a public right-of-way fee, which is 20 cents per trip. So every trip that starts in Santa Monica, there's a 20-cent fee that is paid monthly by the operators as well. And that fee was established by council to go towards helping build infrastructure that can help integrate these services into the city. So, it helped pay for the expansion of 19 miles of green bike lanes, for instance.
Does staff envision like a discounted rate for residents?
I think that right now in the model we don't have the ability to set rates. And so, that's not something that we can do through the current model. In a contracted model, and I think this is a key point of one of the goals we're trying to get to is, we will have the ability to negotiate with the selected operators on things like ensuring that there are discounted rates for whoever, low-income individuals, residents, monthly subscriptions, annual subscriptions that can keep the price down for habitual riders. And I think so that's a key goal of a contracted model is that we can negotiate different terms that we're not able to do now.
And are we in terms of safety, are we, can we mandate helmets? Is that, I remember when it first rolled out, there was I think it was, you needed a helmet to ride them. Is that still going to be a requirement moving forward?
Well, it's not a state law. So, I suppose, and I guess I would consult with city attorney on that, but I suppose we could pass a local law for that, but the CVC does not require helmets to be used. I think under age 16, or 14, you have to wear a helmet, but over that, you're not required by state law.
And so 14-year-olds can use the device, or is it just 18?
Technically, the state law is 16 and older, and the companies, purport to verify age, although we've gotten complaints about underage riders.
Okay, thanks.
So two things. First, in terms of a local ordinance requiring helmets, we would have to look at preemption issues because there is a state law that governs the use of helmets. And so we would have to look at whether we could, in fact, do something or whether we would be preempted by that state law and prohibited from doing that. Second thing, responding to your question about lawsuits, we do monitor and manage the lawsuits and generally seek to have the scooter companies cover those through the indemnification and insurance provisions that we have required as a result of the permit process. I don't have the numbers with me now, but if council wants those, I can get the numbers of lawsuits that we're tracking and monitoring that have been filed.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Sure. I'll get that and send that to you separately. I won't be able to get it during this meeting. I think one other thing I just want to make a point of is we're operating under the current first pilot. That first pilot had a rather extensive selection process to arrive at what was originally, Kyle, was it 3 or 4 that we originally selected?
4.
2 of those have now dropped out. So we would have to go through some kind of similar, we'd have to amend the first pilot project and then go through some kind of similar selection process if we wanted to add providers to the current pilot process. That in and of itself would take some time. So what's being proposed here is basically kind of like the emergency zoning ordinance that we talked about previously, is basically a pause and an extension of the current pilot project simply for the period of time that's necessary to do a selection process to select out of a competitive pool the providers that would be best for a contractual relationship going forward from there. And so the time that staff is proposing for that temporary pause to extend the pilot project to allow that competitive process and the selection and negotiation of the contract is 11 months. And so that's where we are. And I think that's important to remember. We are looking for competition to select potentially new providers who will provide the best, but that pause is necessary to do that. And even if we were to modify the pilot project, there would still be a significant time period to do an RFP and do a selection of additional vendors under the existing pilot project.
Thank you. Gleam, I think you were next.
Well, thank you. I'll be brief because I think we all want to get to public comment. I just have a couple of quick questions and I'll have more comments after we hear the public. Kyle and George actually just talked on this. We talk about extending the pilot for 11 months. Why? Can you explain why it's going to take? I mean, you said it's a difficult process, but for example, some of the people who would like to get into the city have said, well, you just did an RFP and then you took it off the boards a year ago. Why don't you just dust that off? I mean, what kind of effort are we talking about to do an RFP and then enter into contracts with people?
We will, so we'll look at that. So as a request for applications for permitted applications. So yeah, I mean, that's what we would do. We would dust that off. We would also do some research into other RFPs and ensure that the way we structure not only the RFP, but also the selection process, which is slightly different than what we would normally do, that it is, fair and transparent, and that what we're getting back is a good position to negotiate with different companies, so that we can have a top tier of companies that we can negotiate with and kind of get the best contract with them that ensures the best outcomes and community service. So I think the challenge, and from what I'm gathering from talking to some of my counterparts in Denver and Portland and so forth, is that these negotiations are not simple. And, certainly we need to make sure that we want a fair and transparent process, and that and that's for both the operators applying as well as for the community to understand. And so I think, it's going to take some time to structure that, to make sure that we're all buttoned up, as well as then going through the process of negotiating with likely more than one to get kind of the best and final contracts and the best partners that we would then bring forward to council for your approval. I mean, I think the goal is we want to move as quickly as possible to do this, but I want to be realistic about the time that those negotiations, being as hard as they might be, it will take. For instance, Denver has been negotiating for 6 to 8 months right now. And they're getting very close to the final, and I've learned a lot from my conversations with them, but I think that we still want to make sure that we have enough time to do a good buttoned-up job. Again, we're going to be partnering with these folks we'll be partnering with these folks for, supposedly a long time, so we want to make sure that it's a good contract and we're getting the best service and outcome.
Well, and actually in your answer, you raised the issue of the number of folks with whom we're going to contract. In the staff report, you propose that we contract with 2. Does it make sense maybe to put out the RFP and see the responses we get, and then say, what if we get 3 really good responses? How hamstrung are we by the direction that you only picked 2? I mean, I understand it could be up to 2, so if we only get 1, great, that's easy. If we get only 2, but what if we get 3? Because we now have, compared to the last time, a greater differentiation among devices, and we also have a much more mature industry than we did in the past. So is there a way to say, well, let's look at the contracts and see what we get, so that if we get 3 really great organizations that want to work with us, that we can still go to 3?
I mean, I think we can. I think that part of the certainly what I've been hearing from service providers, shared mobility service providers, is that for them the value is in market exclusivity to a certain degree. And so part of our negotiating leverage to make sure that we are getting the best outcomes we can get in terms of affordability for users, customer response, and so forth, is, and that this is part of the negotiations as I understand them, and is that we have to be offering them something in exchange. And part of that is that they are the provider to the market, right? If we want to have many more than 2, and 2 is, there's a couple reasons to say that. One, in part for redundancy of service, so that if something happens to one of them, then we won't lose service altogether. And And the other is, you could split it based on like different device type exclusivity, market exclusivity, and so forth. But I think the goal is we want to make sure that we have leverage to negotiate those contracts to ensure that we're getting the best service, affordability, reliability, technology outcomes out of the companies. And by introducing multiple vendors into the market, I think that would weaken our position as a city. And that's kind of what I've understood from, it's not as desired from people in the industry. They're more interested in fewer operators at this point.
So just a couple more questions, because one of the ones you mentioned is, exclusivity and reliability. And what happened with us, of course, is we had 4 providers under the original pilot program, and one of them, which was owned by Uber, Jump, just sort of picked up in the middle of the night and left. So, we talk about wanting companies to invest in the city. Are we able, as we evaluate potential responses to the RFP, to give preference to organizations, businesses that are invested in our city, whether by having their headquarters here, having a large number of employees here, that sort of thing?
Yeah, I think it's typical, and it's we built this into the other RFA. I think in our initial selection criteria, we can add points for local preference. For sure, that's something that we do typically, and we can do it here as well.
And then the final question is, I know that you said that you proposed letting Class 1 and 2 e-bikes onto the bike path because they're topped out at 20 miles per hour. The current, as I understand it, stand-up scooters right now are geofenced, keeping the Palisades path. They'd be fenced at a that's on the bike path as well. So, for example, if someone was riding a stand-up scooter, it would be geofenced down to, 12 miles an hour when it was on the bike path.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. Are you talking about shared scooters or like personal scooters?
No, I'm talking about, I don't know what we can do with personal scooters, but I'm talking about with shared mobility scooters, where we could require them to geofence so that they couldn't speed so their speeds would be lower than e-bike speeds, for example.
I think that would be, we can set the rules in that regard, however, we think is best. I think the distinction that we have made about the Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes is that it's a bike path, and they're pedal assist bikes, and I guess throttle assist as well, but they go relatively slow. And the language would have to be adjusted to ensure that there's not a slippery slope. If you recall, there was sort of in the peak of confusion on the beach bike path, there was sort of go-karts, electric go-karts at one point that popped up, and four-wheelers and all these things, and so the distinctions have to be clear, and I think, electrified things that don't have pedals might be a distinction there to make. But again, it's up to council to decide on how to direct us to do it. Yep.
So we could limit speeds on the bike path using geofencing and other things to do that, right?
For the shared devices, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember, to your earlier question on reliability, when the council considered this in 2020, one of the reasons that we didn't go out with the competitive process at that time is the industry was sorting itself out. That was right when Uber was deciding what to do with Jump. So we do feel like we are in a more reliable place in terms of the industry knowing where it is as we go out and ask people to compete against each other, which should help for reliability for the long term for the project.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
I didn't know if I was next or not. Hi, Kyle. Okay, so I have a whole bunch of stuff. First, one of the existing carriers who busted in our city and just sort of set up shop. And we've stayed with them for the last couple of years, except that they were the ones until last month. You continue to see their scooters strewn across sidewalks, placed on private property, all kinds of just behavior that feels innately wrong to a lot of our residents. How do we extend the contract for another 11 months with a company that ignored our rules for 3 years? I guess you want me to make that less of a statement and more specific question?
Yeah.
But
Bill,
what
that
have
is a
we
rhetorical
done?
question.
I realize that. What are we doing to make sure that they actually abide by the rules that not only the city wants, but are good neighbors to our residents?
So
what are we constantly doing to enforce the existing rules and trying to
Bill,
shape
you asked.
them?
You asked. He's let him answer.
That's a better question.
Thank you.
Until March 2020, we had a dedicated code enforcement staff person, as well as a contracted third party that was assisting them. We were at that time had basically a patrol that was going around. We were impounding hundreds of scooters that were in situations that were in violation of the admin regs and issuing citations where need be. So that's what we were doing up until then. And I think once we really ramped up enforcement efforts, we did see all four of the companies really start to focus and come into more compliance. Since March 2020 and the restructuring, we had lost code enforcement staff that was dedicated to this, and the other code enforcement staff had been reassigned to COVID-19 response issues. So as of late, we haven't had dedicated codes to do that. We have had our third-party contractor out on the street in a part-time capacity because of budget issues, and they because they are not currently actively impounding, because our code enforcement is not there to issue the citations for each impound, but they are reorganizing and doing their best to address that. What I would say is that I do believe that code is working now to bring back a code person to start to work on this, and we hope to have that up and roaring and enforcement of shared mobility devices going again in the next few weeks, from what I understand.
Bill, may I ask I want to ask a follow-up question to that. So Kyle, you talked about the fact that they're paying cost recovery fees, but the cost recovery doesn't include enforcement?
It does. Yeah, it does. And so they've paid those fees, but as part of the restructuring, and one of those staff people had been lost, and then there was all the code was reassigned away from this temporarily for COVID.
I think what Sue and I are both asking is if the e-scooter sharing companies aren't policing themselves with their own staff and we're having to pay to police them, shouldn't they be paying for that code enforcement officer?
Yeah,
shouldn't that have been a full recovery? Because why would we be paying to police a company that isn't policing themselves and isn't being a good partner? And that's witnessed by the number of people who ended up in hospitals from those companies. So that doesn't make sense to me. In other words, maybe I may not be going where Sue was going, but that's confusing to me. If we had to employ an enforcement person over a pilot program, I don't understand why we're paying for that, why we were ever paying for that. We should have either booted the company or had them pay us for a code enforcement or other officer to regulate it and make sure they were doing their job.
So so we were paying a code. They were paying fees. They do pay fees.
No, were they paying the code enforcement salary?
They were paying fees.
$100,000, whatever it is.
Yes, they were.
They were paying his salary and benefits.
It was, yes.
Or her, Phil.
It was,
Or
it was
her.
a her. It was a her.
Especially
But
after
yes.
International Women's Day.
It was a her, but yes.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure you may want to verify that. So when we're looking at the scooter companies, I think all of us happen to see a variety of scooter companies do presentations for us in the last week if we wanted to. I saw technology that include front cameras. It includes locks on each scooter. It includes docking mechanisms. It included 2 front wheels, so there was more stability. When you use the kickstand, there were dual kickstands. The front wheels came off the ground. It was harder to knock them over. I also saw sit-down scooters where you could actually sit down and become like a mini electric bike. It seems like extending a program 11 more months keeps us in outdated technology and makes sure that we are not as safe a city for riders, and we're not doing what we always have said. We're supposed to be on that cutting edge of technology. So my question is, what does a 11-month continuum do to help us update our technology?
Well, in order, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can we let the city manager speak, please?
Yeah, if I can rephrase the question a bit, I don't think staff isn't asking to extend the program because we want the current program for longer. Staff is asking to extend the program by the amount of time that it will take to issue the RFP, receive all the proposals, vet, select from those proposals, and then enter contracts with the new operators. So the question, if I could rephrase it, would be, why does it take 11 months to run the RFP process?
Thank you, Lane.
And I've asked myself, can we do this any faster? And I just want to be clear, I think that's the question you're asking. Can staff do this?
Yeah, that and Lane, by staying with the current technology, we're not giving, I want to advance safety. And I want to advance a great product. We talked about ourselves at Silicon Beach. I want to make sure we're doing the best for our riders and also providing something that is seen as safe for the people who live here who have suffered for 3.5 years. Or 4 years, whatever it's been. So I've heard other cities are turning these out. Glendale, Culver City, Hermosa Beach are turning out new franchises in 4 months to 6 months. I've never heard of an 11-month process. What can we do to speed that up?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I know that there are very few cities that have done a contracted model for e-scooters and e-bikes. The 2 that I can think of, the one that really has done it is Denver, Colorado, and it took them 8 months to do the negotiation. The other is Portland, and they're drafting their RFP now, and it's taken them some time to do that. So again, we have an RFA. We have
Bill,
an
you're
RFA.
interrupting him. Let him go.
We have a request for application, and in one of the slides I said as a second option, if we wanted to continue to do, instead of a contract model, permitted, continue with permits, we have a request for application. We could just send it out and go through that selection process, but that also would take a number of months to do to make sure that we vet and select the best people from that process. So either way we can go. Yeah.
Could we look at that and issue the request for application that you already did a year ago, and then at the same time look at a longer term process that would maybe narrow it down even further, but that way you're extending the pilot program in a different way. You're allowing new technology to come in and new riders. And I'd also like to see why do we have a limit of 2,000 scooters or whatever it is? How can we, it seems like overkill. I walked down Ocean Avenue yesterday morning and it just seemed like complete overkill in the city. how do we find out what's the reasonable amount for our aggregate of all operators, and make sure that maybe they have in the winter, have more in the summer. We do a little bit more to also ensure that we're not just inundated.
Well, let me answer the first question first, and I think George alluded to this earlier, but in order to do two simultaneous processes, I'm not sure, because if we were to do the RFA, we would be at minimum issuing permits for another year for those folks. So if we wanted to issue permits, I think we can manage the program with permits, and that's what places like Culver City and Glendale and LA, and that's what we did previously. So we can issue permits. If we're seeking to, and by having, and that kind of as a segue into answering your second question, under a permit, we have to permit them a certain number of devices. That's what their fees are based on, and we set those based on utilization and ridership and looking at the data. But they are permitted to allowed to put out as many devices as they're permitted for. Typically, they put out, like right now, they're putting out less than they're actually permitted for because the ridership demand is much lower, and it doesn't generate revenue for them to have them sitting there. I think the goal with the contracted model is that we would be able to work much more closely with them with regard to how many devices are out, where they're out, and trying to achieve some of those outcomes that you're talking about. But I think we wouldn't be able to get to the contracted model and if we do the RFP permit model. So we can do one or the other, but it would be hard, if not, I'm not sure, we'd have to talk to the city attorney to do both of those simultaneously.
Or do one leading into the other, I guess. And my last question, the pier and the pier area where the bike path is, we're talking about electric bikes. I saw a motorcycle on the bike path the other day. So people are already using things in excess of even electric bikes on there. My question is that Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, other cities up and down our coast on the Han bike path actually limit the speeds close to their piers and close to the really congested areas. And in at least 3 cities I can think of on the Han bike trail, you have to dismount right before you get to the pier, walk your bike till you're past the pier so there's no danger of hitting someone in cross traffic. We have that issue still, even with the new bike path right around our pier. People have to cross from the parking lot. So there are many examples of cities that slow down or completely require a dismount at their piers and to reduce injuries, to reduce accidents. I don't have a problem with the electric bikes, but I think we can also geofence them down to 8 miles an hour, for instance, or 6 miles an hour as they pass our pier, maybe from Bay Street to the north perimeter of the parking lot just north of the pier. That would also reduce the possibility of accidents, even on the shared bikes. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I think, yes, the city has the ability to institute speed limits, dismount zones, so that would be something that, the beach, I think that they can do that, yes. They can institute speed limits and all kinds of things. Yes, it is possible.
Okay, thank
you. If council is to direct us to institute speed limits or dismount zones, then staff could do that.
Thank you.
Do you have another question, Oscar?
Yes. Another question that I had is, and this is to City Attorney Cardona. If we give direction today to reopen a pilot to competition as soon as possible, what is the legal requirement for the timing of this process?
There is no fixed legal requirement for the timing. It's basically a practical issue as to how quickly an RFP can go out, and we can go through what would be a selection process that provides sufficient opportunity for comments and other things to ensure that we have, as Kyle has mentioned, an open and transparent selection process that won't be subject to legal challenge.
Yeah, I'm not really referring to the RFP because I know that's the end game. That's where we want to end up, right? So that we can do the RFP, get a contract. But right now we're in the pilot phase, and if we wanted to increase competition to add
Yes.
more vendors.
Yes, under the way the pilot program was set up, there was an RFP issued to select the vendors that were part of the pilot process.
Okay.
So, we could either just say there is no selection and everybody who comes in and applies and satisfies certain criteria gets a permit. That would be a way to do it without an RFP. That has never been the direction we got from council. The direction we've received from council was always that there wanted to be a selection process so that we could ensure that the vendors who came in would meet certain criteria such as reliability, safety, so that it wasn't just the wild, wild west of devices. So both pilot number 1 and pilot number 2 were set up so that we would issue RFPs to select some limited number of vendors. So we would need to do that.
I think we're getting, George, I hate to interrupt you. I think we're getting into discussion. Kristen, I have a couple questions. Do you have a question?
I would really love to hear from the public first, but that ship sailed, so I'm just going to wait until we hear from the public and I think incorporate my questions into like a discussion. So
Kyle, I just have a couple of questions. Thanks, Kristen. On the bikes, on the motorized bikes on the bike path, how fast does a bike that's not motorized go? Generally,
depends on who's riding
10 miles an hour.
Oh no, I would say between 10 and 20 miles an hour, and that's for like a casual rider. A slow ride would be 10 miles an hour. A fast guy in spandex could probably go 30 if he was really going for it.
And how fast does a Class 1 bike go?
20. Class 1 and Class 2 are governed at 20, so the motor won't push them faster than 20. Theoretically, you could pedal really hard past 20, but the motor actually slows you down a bit.
Well, no, I heard you say the Class 1 and Class 2 are under 20, but I assume Class 1's slower than Class 2.
No, that's not the distinction. The distinction is Class 1 is pedal assist, so they can't have a throttle. Class 2 can have a throttle. So you can turn on the motor with your thumb, and Class 1 is you pedal, and your pedal motion pushes the bike forward with the motor.
And right now we have no speed limit on the bike path. Is that correct? Period.
Yeah, correct.
How many accidents were there between bicycles and pedestrians on the bike path in the last year? Do you know?
I don't have that number in front of me now.
Okay, let's move to public comment if there are no more questions. Corey, I'm sorry. Are you still awake?
So I'm awake. We have 6 video callers and 3 telephone callers, and I'm going to start with 2 video callers, and then we'll swap it out.
Thank you very much.
So Tim Harder, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now, and we can turn on your video if you like. Tim Harder, are you with us?
I believe so. Can you hear me?
We can. Would you like your video on?
No, thank you.
Okay, your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Tim Harder, Bird Government Relations Manager for the City of Santa Monica. I also share my public comment via email as I'm a little over 2 minutes. But Bird runs operations on 4 key pillars in Santa Monica: sustainability, affordability, safety, and innovation. Sustainability, our Bird e-scooters were launched in 2018 and are one of the most rugged, sustainable shared e-scooters in the industry. Many of these vehicles are still in Santa Monica 2.5 years later. We expect our Bird 2 to last even longer. I know affordability was discussed a lot tonight. We have our frequent riders discount program. We have our community pricing plan program, which provides 50% off riders for all low-income veterans and seniors and nonprofit groups in the city. We recently launched Ride Pass for 99 cents and get 50% off 2 rides. We also just launched our Global Ride Pass today. This will have many more features to ensure affordability for all riders. Safety and innovation. I'm happy to share that Bird 2, our latest model vehicle, will begin showing up in Santa Monica later this spring. We listen closely to city staff and advisory board feedback on vehicle design and changes in 2019, including double-sided kickstands, no exposed screws, wider platform speedometers. We also introduced warm-up mode, which ensures first-time riders are in a softer acceleration mode for their first ride. We introduced anti-skid detection for riders. As we gear up for visitor rebound and economic recovery, Lyft and Bird have the operational experience to ensure a smooth operation in Santa Monica this summer. Because of the mentioned items, we support staff recommendation to extend the pilot program until March 2022 with the 2 existing operators. With limited city staff resources, we believe this will provide time for staff to form a thoughtful long-term contract proposal. With the expanded separated bike path, we also support staff recommendation to remove the prohibition on Class 1 and Class 2 bicycles. And we also consider that Bird be allowed to operate there as well at a reduced speed of 5 to 10 miles per hour. We look forward to continuing to serve our hometown of Santa Monica, the birthplace of shared micromobility. Happy to answer any questions if you have them. Just remember, it's a lot easier to show videos of things that you think are promising and working. It's another thing to actually have them implemented in the city.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Matt, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now, and I know you wanted your video on. So there you go.
Thank you. Is it on?
It's on. Yeah, start talking and you should show up.
Great. Thank you. I'm an avid bicyclist. I've been riding for 45 years or plus. I ride on the bike path probably about 50 miles or more a week. I was very frightened by the motorized vehicles, electric vehicles, scooters over a period of time. I think that pedestrians and children are endangered by e-bikes. 20 miles an hour is fast. People that are on e-bikes do not pay attention the way that pedalists pay attention. There's no real enforcement that occurs on the bike path in terms of whether it's 20 miles an hour or 28 miles an hour. It's really difficult to detect the difference. I'm sorry to disagree with Santa Monica Spoke on this issue, but I do not believe that there should be e-bikes on the bike path. Relatively slow when Kyle says that, 30 miles an hour. I don't know a lot of bicyclists in spandex that ride 30 miles an hour. And if they're riding that, they're really aware of what's going on around them, as opposed to people who are on e-bikes who are not really paying attention to what's going on. There's no enforcement. When tourists start coming back into town and they're on their e-bikes, we're looking for a crisis. We're looking for accidents that are going to happen. And the city is going to be on the hook because the city is forewarned about the possibilities of these accidents. Children run across those bike paths all the time.
Thank you. Time is now up. Thank you, Matt.
Transferring Kevin Hernandez.
Kevin Hernandez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Mr. Hernandez, are you in the meeting? Your time starts now.
I don't see him, Corey.
Hello, councilors. My name is Kevin Hernandez. I've been a fleet manager for a year in the city of Santa Monica. I attend Santa Monica College, and I become a fleet manager right after high school. The fleet manager program has helped me and taught me a lot of things and has expanded my knowledge in how the real world is. I'm thankful for the opportunity from Bird to be working during this pandemic and being able to pay bills and classes for school, and also learning how to invest the money into my business and being able to work efficiently. Thanks to the fleet manager program, I've been also able to hire workers so they can also take some money to their family during this hard moment. Not only is it about money in this program, but also trying to build a relationship with the residents of Santa Monica and city workers. I've gotten to know people that live in Santa Monica due to the family members living there and attending school. I would always tell them to contact me if any scooters are parked in an area where it is not supposed to be. I've also had the opportunity to also help the elderly, thanks to my grandparents that let me know what's going on and what I can do if by any chance any scooter is parked in a handicapped parking zone or in their way. We also have residents that come up to us and that if we can drop them scooters in their place so that they can ride it to work or places they want to go. We also interact with the police and cleaning crew if they want us to move scooters from areas they are not supposed to be, such as the park or bike paths. We fleet managers that operate in Santa Monica organize any scooters, whether it's bird or lives. The streets will always look neat, especially for the next day. We're always constantly cleaning when collecting our low battery scooters. So every day we are trying our best to have the city looking clean. We hope you'll extend the program so that we can continue to help serve the Santa Monica community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Transferring Colin Hughes.
Colin Hughes, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, you're in. We hear you.
Members.
We hear you.
Okay, I think there's a bit of a delay. So nice to be here, Mayor and Council members. My name is Colin Hughes, and I'm the Senior Policy Manager for New Mobility with Lyft. On behalf of Lyft, I'd like to thank Mayor Himmelrich and the Council and the City of Santa Monica for your continued leadership on sustainable mobility. Santa Monica, of course, being one of the first places in the country to launch a shared mobility permit pilot like this. And Lyft strongly supports extending the first shared mobility device pilot program and amending the SMMC to remove the prohibition of Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes on the beach path for more access there. And we understand that the City Council and City staff are working overtime to serve the public during the crisis right now. We also know that the landscape around micromobility can change really quickly. And that's why, as a partner with the City of Santa Monica, and by the way, we have the headquarters for our entire LA operation, all within Santa Monica, our warehouse, our fleet, everything for the whole region is in Santa Monica. And we've also never launched in Santa Monica without a permit in the city. So as partners with the city, we support a year-long extension of the current permit to allow the city staff the necessary time to craft a contract model that will take into account the lessons that we've learned and allow us to move past the pandemic and coordinate with other regions and LA County, potentially. We like a contract model. We just think the city needs a little bit more time to pull that together and make it a really strong process. We really value the open and collaborative partnership that we've had with the City of Santa Monica. We are really eager to continue working with the city to enhance shared mobility program in the year ahead. And
your time is now up.
2020. Okay.
Thank you. You have a question, Phil?
Yes. Sir, are Lyft bikes Class 1 or Class 2?
They are Class 1.
What is the top speed on Lyft bikes?
We can govern it according to a geofence or to a regulation, but currently it's 20 miles an hour.
So you could geofence the bike path and actually slow down the speeds for the length of the bike path?
We could.
Great. Thank you very much. Oh, and I do have a last question. All of your employees in Santa Monica who pick up your bikes, take care of the e-scooters, et cetera, those are actual employees, not independent contractors?
They are not independent contractors, correct.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Ong Bui, I'm going to unmute you now, and you're in the meeting. Would you like me to unmute your video as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Fong Bui, and I'm representing SPIN, a shared mobility provider and an independent subsidiary of Ford Motor Company. We support staff's recommendation to contracted model for 1 to 2 operators for shared mobility services. We share the staff's vision to prioritize outcomes related to the stability of local access, affordable distribution, affordability, and diverse outreach. We hope that the city will consider shortening the extension of the pilot and run procurement within the next 4 months and align the new program with the fiscal year. Backed by Ford, we have not slowed down on tech developments. We have actually doubled down. So the current vehicles depend on GPS and cellular network, which can have delayed signals and are less reliable in certain areas of town. SPIN's latest tech leverages computer vision and AI to detect sidewalk writing and parking validation in real time, allowing us to influence rider behavior and enforce local rules. Yesterday, we demoed that this technology works with Santa Monica infrastructure, and we're ready to roll this out. We also have a 3-wheeled vehicle that can be remotely moved to reduce response time. So currently, if operators receive a report for a poorly parked vehicle, a team member has to drive to the site, find parking, and walk over to the scooter before being able to repark it. During peak hours, reparking may take up to 2 hours. With a teleoperated device, we can repark these vehicles within seconds. The Santa Monica has had the longest running shared mobility pilot. I think starting a new procurement process over the next 4 months will allow the cities to solicit proposals from various operators, bring new innovations currently not available in Santa Monica in preparation for rebounding tourism. We're seeing other cities like San Francisco and Portland align their new program with July 1, 2021 as well. We greatly appreciate your consideration this evening, and I'll be available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock, you have a question?
I have one question is, what's your average time of gain from start to finish of gain, either a permit or a contract in the city? How long does it normally take?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How long does it normally take from the start of an RFA or RFP process or a permitting process to be able from start to finish to set up your e-scooters in the city and get going? Through the city process.
I think it varies by cities. For example, I think Mr. Kozar mentioned earlier working with the city of Portland. They're aligning their new permanent program with July 1, and they have yet to release an RFP for their program as well.
So they expect 3 to 4 months.
Right now, yes.
Okay. What other cities is SPIN in, for instance? Just some of your major cities, especially in California.
Yes, we are live in Oakland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Sacramento, and West Sacramento.
And my final question of you, in terms of safety, it's my understanding that some of the scooter companies can actually delineate where an accident happens, where that scooter was, and who was on that scooter, and turn the information over to the local PD or whatever to help an accident investigate. Do your models do that?
Yes, we are happy to work with a local authority, collaborate.
Okay, and I guess I have one last question. Your models have locks, I think, if I recall. And I like the idea of having to dock and lock your scooters.
Yes, we do have vehicles with integrated locks on the scooters. And then if the city chooses to adopt a Lock 2 model, we can either incentivize users for parking properly or have equip our vehicles with Lock 2 for them to lock to racks.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Parra.
Thank you. Do your scooters, are they able to detect the difference between a street and sidewalk?
Yes, we have a vehicle now that's available that is able to distinguish in real time sidewalk, bike lanes, and street writing.
So what will it do? Will it lower the speed or?
Yes, depending on what the city would like for us to do, we can lower the speed. We can also require that or make the scooter emit a sound to alert users to get off the sidewalk, or to let them know that they are properly riding in bike lanes. And we've demonstrated that this technology worked yesterday with Councilmember Brock, and we're happy to conduct additional demos for city staff as well as the council members.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bui.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Bezinovich, I'm going to unmute you now. Would you like me to unmute your video as well?
No, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Excellent, thank you. So yeah, good evening, guys. My name is Daniel, and I lead community partnerships for SPIN. I'm calling to partially endorse item 7B. We support a contracting model that prioritizes diverse outreach, affordability, sustainability, equitable distribution, and technology that helps address riding and parking etiquette. We hope the city will consider shortening the pilot extension and conduct procurement within the next 4 months. We've been operating in neighboring LA for about 2 years. Since SPIN's launch, our team has been committed to helping fill transportation gaps, conducting outreach to diverse communities, and providing affordable and sustainable transportation options. We recognize staff's concerns regarding the volatility of the industry and whether companies operating in Santa Monica can provide reliable service to everyday users. The stability of our parent organization, the Ford Motor Company, allows us to help cities overcome transportation and economic disruption. During the beginning of the pandemic, when 4 other operators paused operations in the region, we were one of the 2 providers who operated continuously throughout the pandemic, providing a safe transportation option for all essential workers. During the first 3 months of Safer at Home in neighboring LA, SPIN completely subsidized nearly 30% of all trips. We respectfully ask the City of Santa Monica to open up a competitive process to welcome new micromobility innovations within the next 4 months by July 1st, 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Transferring Mark Denary.
Mark Denary, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. The staff report notes that all modes of transportation suffered a decline during the past year. I can name 3 significant modes of transportation that didn't: personal biking, skateboarding, and walking. These modes flourished because they are truly essential, unlike shared mobility, which mainly exists so that well-off, able-bodied people can avoid walking short distances. So now we're proposing to give Bird and Lyft yet a second free pass, another year on the original pilot program. Last year, they received a very healthy rollback in operating costs from the city without any pressure to address any of the problems their devices create, such as unsafe sidewalk or underage riding, haphazard deployment, obstructive parking, or the fact that these devices in reality do nothing to actually decrease our carbon footprint. And yet this second extension also demands nothing more from them. Yes, complaints are down because scooter riding is way down, and perhaps because the vendors were ignoring these complaints, which is probably why the city has hired a third party to handle them. The vendors know that placing any restrictions on their riders will ultimately be bad for business. If you believe they succeeded after 3 years in educating their customers about scooter parking, for example, take a walk on Ocean Avenue or around downtown on a Monday morning. What do you think it will look like when the crowds return this summer? And the city is complicit because it believes that this non-essential form of transportation is somehow essential. Yes, I know that shared mobility has that patina of all new tech, progressive and inclusive, and here to solve our problems, until we realize that it isn't. It's just here to make money. Therefore, I am strongly urging the council to vote no on renewing the pilot program at this time. If shared mobility is going to work in Santa Monica, it needs to be regulated much more strongly, perhaps using the Breeze model with additional stations. Until then, we will continue to permit a select few users of these non-essential modes of convenience to negatively impact our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mika O'Hire, I'm going to mutilate your name, so we'll just call you Mika. Welcome to the meeting. And would you like me to unmute your video?
Yeah, let's go for it. Hey, everyone.
Okay, go ahead. Your time starts now.
Okay, perfect. Hi, everyone. So my name is Mika O'Hire. I am SPIN's general manager, and I oversee our operations here in Southern California. So I'm calling in partial support of item 7B. SPIN employs a 100% in-house W-2 field operations team without outsourcing to subcontractors or franchisees. We believe that an in-house benefited workforce leads to higher quality of service. We invest the time and training resources to develop our team members, many of whom have been with the company since we launched in Los Angeles in 2019. Our in-house employees are trained to deploy scooters to meet demand without oversaturating, and we encourage the city to require that contracted operators employ a company-hired operations team. SPIN's centralized operation also helps better position us to support staff's vision for sustainable operations. We can more accurately account for emissions, energy consumption, repairs, and recycling practices, since all employees are provided with the same company vehicles and equipment. All charging is done in the same warehouse, and not individual homes or scattered locations run by different franchises. We support staff's recommendation to transition to a contracted model for shared mobility services with 1 to 2 operators. We also hope the City Council will consider a shorter extension of the pilot and open up the competitive bidding process within the next 4 months to welcome new technology from qualified operators. I'm available to work with the city to ensure operations run smoothly, and I'm excited for the future opportunities to provide high quality, equitable, and affordable service in Santa Monica. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mika.
Thank you. This is our final video caller of the night. Paul Viscayano, welcome to the meeting. Would you like your video unmuted?
No, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Paul Viscayano, Chief Development Officer and founding member of Wheels. Wheels is a leading micromobility provider that is the safest and most accessible device on the market. We were founded locally in Los Angeles and have been permitted to operate in 19 different major markets across the globe, including LA, Austin, Miami, and Seattle, where we recently placed first place in the highly sought after RFP. We'll support staff recommendation to explore a contracted model, but does not believe the community will benefit from postponing competitive applications for another year. The micromobility space has evolved tremendously since Santa Monica last reopened its program, and the city deserves to reassess its options and to pick the operators who best meet the community's needs. We encourage you to reopen a competitive application process as soon as possible. If you were to open applications and run the application period for a month, the city could then review applications and winners could be announced and in operation by summer. Wheels was born out of a desire to make micromobility safer and more accessible to a diversity of ages, sizes, and economically disadvantaged communities. Our safety-first strategy led us to forego using the traditional stand-up scooter in favor of a completely different form factor, one with much bigger wheels, a lower center of gravity, Bluetooth speakers to allow hands-free navigation, and a seat for more points of contact with the rider. We are also the only operator able to provide helmets with biodegradable liners attached to each vehicle. Many people are unable to use Santa Monica's existing micromobility options because of challenges with their legs or difficulties with balancing on a stand-up scooter. Our seated pedal-free devices provide access to a wider range of riders, and as a result, 50% of our ridership is female, and a third of our ridership is the age of 35 and older. As COVID ramps down, let's make sure there's a mix of micromobility types and providers to match the community's needs as demand rises for the summer and beyond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Councilmember Brock has a question.
Paul, what's your pricing compared to, Lyft, Bird, Spin? Are yours less expensive, more expensive? I know that you sit on them. So, but my question is, what's your pricing and what are you able to do for the community in terms of?
Yeah, that's a great question. We are exactly in tune with market rate. So it's typically a dollar to unlock. Sometimes we run unlock for free programs, and it's about anywhere from 29 to 33 cents a minute. So it's basically right in line with all the other providers. We do have a Wheels for All program, where we do help provide discounts for folks who don't have the means to ride our devices. And so they qualify through a variety of different programs, both statewide and nationally, that we tap into for them to participate in.
My one quick follow-up, and I don't know if anyone's tried this, but I know I got comments from residents in the last few days saying that some of the scooter companies should be using, instead of a per minute model, a distance model for pricing. Has Wheels ever tried that? Thereby, people don't have to speed. Oh my God, I'm approaching 10 minutes. I'm at my time limit. I have to hurry. And they would be able to take a ride and get to where they're going without speeding. Has Wheels ever tried that?
Well, you and I love that idea, council member, and it's something we definitely want to bring back and take a look at. I mean, the beauty of our device, as many of the members know, the council knows, we're a seated device. There's a ton of people that don't have the ability to stand up and balance themselves on these stand-up scooters, and we're completely neglecting a big sector of the population who really want to use micromobility, get out of cars, and decrease their carbon footprint, but aren't allowed to. So with that said, we actually see a lot longer distances per ride for our devices, and your model that you're suggesting would make a lot of sense for us. So it's something that I think we can definitely do, and I'd love to take back to the team and come back to you with a good answer. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, thank you, Council.
And that concludes our last public commenter on this item.
Thank you. So, Council, yes, Councilmember De La Torre.
I would like to make sure that we move expeditiously on expanding the competition. It looks like we have 2 providers right now, and then 2 dropped out. So, and it doesn't seem like we have more than. I heard tonight. Spin and Wheels, right? Those are the other 2 that are not right now included. So even if we just opened it up, with a really short RFP, I heard right now one of the vendors said that they can do it within a month. So that would give us enough time, I think, to have to have the best providers, ready to go, hopefully by July 1st. But maybe we can even, make this a shorter thing to get the right type of, the right fit, for our community. And also,
so Oscar, I hear what you're saying, but you're sort of putting the cart before the horse, because I think the first thing we need to do is discuss whether this contract model, right, is a model we want to go with. And then, do you understand what I'm saying? Because you clearly want to go with a more flexible permit competitive model as opposed to the more fixed contract model that I think has different, I think they're different models. Yes, Councilmember McCowan.
Yeah, I actually am not sure that's what Councilmember De La Torre is saying. I think he's saying that prior to dealing with the contract model part, and Oscar, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what I hear you saying is that potentially we, through the former RFA or through allow a couple additional vendors to come into this extended pilot while we then go into sort of an RFP for the contract model. Is that what you're saying? Like we kind of open up.
That's correct. Because tonight we heard that there's two very qualified vendors that are not included, and I want to include them so then staff has, at least 4 to choose from moving forward on a contract model.
I actually am not. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to say to what Oscar just said, there's nothing that would preclude potentially those 2 from being part of a future 4 that are considered 4 or more for a contracting RFP. There's nothing precluding them from that. But again, just to sort of delineate between like what you kind of want to add additional vendors now, make up for Jump and Lime that we lost that were part of this original pilot program, and how to go about doing that potentially by July 1st. And then separate and apart from that, we go forward with an RFP for the contract model. I feel like that's what I hear him saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that what you're saying, Oscar?
Yes,
Oscar,
that's I love all
but
the translation, but yeah, exactly. That just expand the competition, bring these other providers in, and I'm open to the contract model. I think as long as the liability doesn't increase for the city, as our city attorney said, I think it's something that we should look into.
So I see you, Councilmember Davis. I just want to ask something, because everybody is very sold on the contract model, and or seems to be sold on it. And what I'm wondering is just whether this is an emerging industry, and whether having a contract model sort of grants a sort of monopoly type power to people that we give contracts to in the city, where I think it might be important, and I think we've learned these lessons the hard way, to be more flexible, at least for the next couple years until it's a fully developed industry. That's all. But City Manager.
So I just want to step in, Council, and Kyle and Ed King can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think it's possible for us to extend the current pilot to open that up to additional operators, because the operators were selected through a process. So we would need to run another selection process to add operators to that permit process. If you then are looking at the permit or the contract process, when you look at that, a permit process can have more operators, less control. It takes more staff time because you're working with more operators. Contractor, you can move more closely to exactly what you're looking for, potentially with fewer operators. But I can let Kyle address that if you have additional questions there.
I saw the city attorney too.
So I think Kyle should address, the benefits of contract over permit, since that's something that he will address. But just, we have in place, we have currently Municipal Code Chapter 3.22, which was the second pilot program. And that was proposed as a mechanism for doing a new competitive process to select additional vendors under another permit process. The city manager is right. We don't have any mechanism for adding additional providers under the initial pilot program. We would instead go to the second pilot program, and you could put a time frame on that so that would be in place temporarily if we then move to contract mode. So I think that would be the practical way of implementing that, if that's something that the council decides to do. But I do think Kyle should address your question as to contract versus permit.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I didn't fully hear the question of the difference, but I can speak to what the differences are, building on what Lane said. The permitted model will enable us, like we currently have, to go through another selection process, which will take some time so that we can, the selection process we went through was incredibly competitive. We had 13 applicants. It was contested, and we had to develop a rigorous process that could, stand up and be challenged effectively, right? And it was clear and transparent. So we would go through a similar process like that to select new operators. And again, that RFA is ready to go, so we could release that very soon. But the process would play out. And then those operators would have permits, a limited number of permits to operate under that section 3.22, as George said. If we wanted to move, and the benefits of that are we can move more quickly, and as some of you have suggested, that there would be more competition. Again, there's going to be competition in a procurement no matter what, because we're looking at all of the operators and stacking up their applications and interviews and so forth. then that would run for however long. The challenges is that we're going to be overseeing the program based on administrative regulations, and we're in the position of being a regulator. So we are, in a sense, responding and reacting and enforcing and ensuring compliance with the regulations for more operators. And in the past, that for what we did the first time, that didn't lead to the best outcomes for the operators who are in sort of a dogfight to gain ridership, and for the city outcomes, because that's when you lead to a lot of oversaturation and sidewalk blockages and things like that, the city is then left to enforce vigorously. The goal of moving to a contract model would be that, we would go through the procurement process, which would be the competitive process. We'd want to make sure that we don't rush it, so that we, one, develop the RFP so that it is clear and what we're getting, and then two, so that we can negotiate with multiple of the best operators to make sure that we have the best contract terms that are going to achieve the best outcomes in terms of service and for the community and for the city and for the operator, frankly, and what they'll get out of it. Most operators, as you've heard tonight, are interested in moving in that direction. But, that is a process that we need to establish as well. If we go in the direction of the permit, we can release the RFA very quickly and select that. And then there would be an expectation from those operators to be and compete in the market for however long they would be here.
So, Kyle, I have a question. So I understand the problems when everything first came in. But my question is, you talked about the contracted enforcement, right, as opposed to our code enforcement. Could we add that as part of our recovered costs to the program for however many 4 operators? Will have a cap on the number, and then it will not take all of you to, right, the burdens on staff that our city manager is talking about would be covered in their program, so to speak.
Yeah, so that contractor is covered from the cost recovery fees, and yeah, we could increase that. I think we might have to do they have been funded through sole source procurement. Depending on the size of that contract, that might have to go to actual larger procurement. So I think, but they are there, but there is administration of that. So for each, because they're not code enforcement officers. So every scooter that they impound, they document, and then the code enforcement officer has to actually do the paperwork associated with each and every scooter. So there is still a very large administrative burden. And then there's the administration of there's other elements of the program as well. So ensuring that they're complying with the data requirements and that we're getting their data feeds, ensuring that they're doing the proper outreach and that they, are submitting the proper monthly reports and things like that. So there is going to be, the more operators you have, the more oversight there is, both enforcement and administrative oversight.
Thank you. Councilmember Brock.
I move that we reopen the RFA process and enable up to 4 operators in Santa Monica for the next 12 months, and that the cost of supervision of the contracts be borne by the operators. And at the end of, should I add more or should I stop there? Is that maybe it's the easiest? And a second,
wait to get a
and then
second.
I'll make a second motion in a minute.
I'll second.
Are you seconding?
Yes.
Motion by Brock, seconded by De La Torre. Discussion. Let's take a vote.
Oh, before you take a vote, can I just make sure that I understand the motion so that we can get language that will actually do this? So my understanding, Councilmember Brock, and if you can correct me, is you're to run the second pilot program under Section 3.22 for a 1-year period.
Yes.
with a start date of those permits under the pilot program, under pilot program 2 being July 1st.
Yes.
With the first pilot program being extended to July 1st to cover that gap.
For a period of 12 months.
Right. And then do you also want to direct staff to then proceed with the contract model in that same time period so that at the end of the pilot program 2, the staff is moving to a contract program?
I would love to do that. I didn't know if that was too much to enable into the one motion, but George, you're a great tutor, and that's exactly what I would like to see.
Kyle, can I ask you if this is operationally something we are capable of doing with the staff that we have and with the fees that we would obtain from the operator?
I see you, Kristen.
Yeah, so section 3.22 has fees in it. So the fees, the cost recovery fees are built into the admin regs that exist for that. So if we were to extend the current pilot until July 1st, that means that staff would have between now and July 1st to go through that procurement. That seems, it's me. It's me doing it. So that seems possible, yes. And then we would have to onboard that. And so that would give us 12 months to develop an RFP. Yeah, I mean, that extends the process for getting to that contract model much farther out into the future, which staff's recommendation would be to try to bring that contract model in as fast as we can possibly get there. And, but yeah, I mean, that is possible. It just means that we'll be going through 2 procurements to get to the contract model.
If I were
and I would add, the last thing is multiple transitions.
I see you, Gleam and Kristen, I see you. I'm sorry, go ahead. Lane?
Oh, I didn't think Kyle had finished. Sorry.
No, I see both of you. They were discussing it. Lane, did you have another question for Kyle?
I was just going to ask Kyle, in terms of staff input, if council's desire here, and I don't know whether it is, but if council's desire is simply to move through a competitive process faster, can we go any faster than 11 months to get a contracted model up and running?
Yeah, I think staff's desire would be to move as quickly as we can without giving up the leverage that we need so that we can ensure we go through a thorough process to get the best operators and the best outcomes. So it could be that we can get there faster than 11 months, and if we do, then we could come back to council sooner, and at that moment, end the current pilot program and ask to execute contracts with the selected operators. But I wouldn't want to set a hard deadline on our ability to go through those negotiations, because I know that it will be challenging.
Councilmember Davis.
So I have a couple of questions. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the motion basically means we have to go through 2 RFP processes. One to, no, don't shake your head, Phil, because I want to ask the city attorney this, because we have to go through one for the pilot program. Is that correct? We can't, I think there seems to be this idea that, well, we had a couple of people come tonight, so we'll pick them. We can't do that legally. We have to go through a...
Yes, we would implement the second pilot program, go through the procurement process, and select whatever council decides should be the maximum number of providers. We would conduct a competitive process, and whoever is selected pursuant to that process would then be the number of providers for that pilot period.
And then, as I understand it, we would have to go through, if we were going to move to the contract mode a year down the road or a year after the pilot started, we would have to go through another competitive RFP process. Is that correct?
Yes, staff would put together an RFP process that would take place while the second pilot program is going on, so that we could have a contractual selection done, presented to council, and in place by the end of the second pilot period.
Okay, and this is a question for you, Kyle, because there is, as you said, just you. So you would be the person in this upcoming year writing the first RFP to extend the pilot or add to the pilot, monitoring whoever we selected. Well, you'd have to monitor the selection process. And I think what everyone needs to understand is there are other companies out there that if they knew we were having an open competitive process would participate. It's not, you're likely to get 7 or 8 responses to the RFP, not 4. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So you have to draft the RFP, put together the process to evaluate the RFP, select who's going to be in the year-long program. While you're monitoring the year-long program, you have to put together another RFP to do the contract program a year down the road and negotiate and then have to get those responses, do those selection, and then negotiate the contracts.
Yes, with potentially more operators that we oversee, and there's a period at the beginning of, in July 1st where we need to onboard those new operators to ensure that they're in compliance with, their data and all kinds of other things as well. So yeah, and yes, I am the person that would be doing all of that.
And you have to do metro bikes if we go that direction.
Yes, of course.
Because we always know that the County of Los Angeles is easy peasy to deal with. I think that's too much. I'm going to vote against the motion. I think that's inefficient to go through multiple processes. I would rather go through one process and do it right and get the right providers for the city. And I understand the desire to do it quickly, and I think Kyle understands that. But I think going through multiple processes is just not, it's not going to get us the best results for the people in the city.
Councilmember McCowan.
Hi, Kyle. So I'm inclined to I'm inclined to move in the direction of what's best long-term, which is getting us to this contract model as efficiently as possible. I do want to clarify, though, if we were to go to basically the second pilot program, right, would it have to be a full RFP, or would you be able to use the previous, basically just start over with a new RFA for the pilot based on what you've used in the past and sort of launch that, adding potentially additional administrative fees to account for the fact that we're in COVID, you're by yourself, you might need extra support, and tacking some of that on in the same way that, like, when all the cannabis licensing was happening in all the cities, they tacked on sort of all the costs that would be associated with just doing the RFP process. And so potentially, is that something that we could do if this motion were to pass?
So the RFA, so if we're going to do the permit process, we do have an RFA for the second pilot program, which is Ordinance Section 3.22, and that is ready to go. We'd want to dust it off, read through it, but that we could release very soon and start that selection process because we already did that.
Administrative fees to sort of.
Yeah, I mean, we would probably want to no, because I think once let's see, the fees would be if we needed to adjust the fees, we would do it in July with the budget. That would be the most efficient way to adjust fees if we needed to. So, so we come back with a budget with those changes. But yeah, so we could dust that off and release it, and I think get through the procurement for that by July 1st. But that again is the permitted model. To get to the RFP, I think, we would need to develop that. We would need to develop the selection and negotiation process. And what we would be doing is looking at that RFA as far as the outcomes that we're trying to achieve in the second pilot program. And we would be restructuring it into a process and in order to get responses that would set us on a good path to have strong negotiations and have a good, strong negotiating position with companies to get to that longer contract. Because fundamentally our relationship with those companies will be, again, not a you do what the rules say and if not we penalize you, but it'll be a give and take about, this is what you're going to get. You're going to get access to the city. We can negotiate the potential for you can get a sponsorship that we approve to a certain degree and negotiate the terms and the revenue of that. And then what we'll get in exchange is we're going to be able to, negotiate some sort of affordability rates that you have to have, right? Or certain other requirements that you have to have, or we're going to want only the best technology, or you have to have, so we can negotiate those things, but it's going to be a give and take with those best qualified operators to get to those outcomes. And I think that's the part of the process, one, developing that process for the RFP and then going through it with the best qualified operators is going to be, few cities have done it. The only one that's really gone through it yet is Denver, and their process has taken, 8 months. So,
okay. And can I just ask too? So potentially, if we did this, it would almost give you, because these could be, you could start these concurrently, right? Preparing the RFP for the contract while implementing this RFA potentially. It would basically give you 18 months for the contract part. Well, just short of 18 months for the contract RFP process. It would then also potentially align with the fiscal years, right? Because it would be like a July 1 for the July 1 of 2022 would be when the new contract model potentially would begin. And July 1 of 2021 would potentially be where the beginning of Pilot 2 for 1 year.
Yeah, but I wouldn't really be starting working, just from a practical, as a staff person, I wouldn't really be working on the RFP part. I would be working on the permits, onboarding all of those operators, going through the selection process, making sure that works out, then making that selection, and then, overseeing onboarding all those companies, overseeing them. And once they're up and running to a smooth spot, then I would start working on, the RFP.
Is that simply because you're one person? Like potentially the RFP, if we are looking to go to a contract model and we wanted to tack the cost of doing that RFP onto the applicants, potentially wouldn't we be able to increase our staff capacity now to run a longer RFP if we give you guidance on what the desired outcomes and goals and sort of everything we were intending to do tonight?
Yeah, I don't know. Increasing staff capacity, I can't really speak to that because I'm not the person that would control increasing staff members, bringing on new staff and things like that. But as it is now, I would be the person doing it. So.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Brock.
Hi, so Councilmember McCowan, thank you so much for clarifying what I had said earlier. It is the second pilot program and not an RFP at the beginning. You're still doing one RFP over 15, 18 months when Kyle's ready and the extra 1 or 2 operators are added for the summer, which also allows us to see how their technology works, how responsible the companies are, which will help with the RFP process for a contractor. And Kyle, I actually favor long-term. I'd rather have a franchisee. So I'm in a different position completely because I think then we could really control the output and the outcomes later on. But be that as it may, so I made a motion and George helped me with the motion, George may want to help me with the motion again. And because I'm not sure, we never asked Oscar after the motion was adjusted if he would still second the second, or if someone else wanted to second, or if we want to go in a different direction.
I thought Oscar didn't Oscar second the motion?
Oscar seconded before George. You're keeping your second then, Oscar.
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. That's why I just wanted to make sure we actually had a good second. And I wanted to thank Councilmember McCowan for really helping cut through everything that I was sort of going helter-skelter about and giving some real focus to the item. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis. I'm sorry, George. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I think Councilmember Davis should speak first.
So I understand the difference between an RFA and an RFP. They're two different documents, and we already have the RFA, Kyle, you indicated. You still have to, you can't just, I know I'll use the term dust it off. You have to read through it. You have to make sure that it's appropriate for now as opposed to a year ago, and you still have to send it out and give people a certain amount of time to respond. You have to get written responses to that. Is that correct? And you have to evaluate them.
Yes.
And by the way, at least when we did it before, it wasn't just, pardon me, the Kyle show. You had to set up a committee of people who reviewed the responses so that it would have it wouldn't just be you, that it would be, don't take this wrong, but a fairer process, because you would have many different eyes. So you would have still, even for the RFA, it may exist, but you still have to go through that process. Is that right?
Yes, and I would say too, we don't know who would win. So it could be that we add one or two and keep the two operators we have, but it's a competitive process, and we'd anticipate getting 5 or more applications. So it could be a wholesale switch out of the operators. And if that was the case, then the onboarding of those operators would be a burden for sure.
And then once we got them onboarded, whomever they were, and you go through the new process, presumably, again, you could get a whole new set of operators at the end for the contract model. Is that right? Because there's
yes.
That there are two separate processes. One's the pilot and one's the contract. So, obviously you'd have some experience with the people in the pilot, but in theory, if you got better proposals in the contract RFP, you would choose those people. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's objective, and it's not me choosing, like you said. It's a committee of objective people that, get together and review based on the merits of the applications.
And then the last question I have, because I know it's attractive to say, well, we'll just have lots of enforcement because we'll make the device companies just pay us all this money to operate in the city. But when they have to pay us money, they don't take that. They basically raise their prices to pay for that, don't they?
Yeah, or they leave. I mean, that's part of the justification that Lime gave, was that they didn't want to pay the fees that we were asking them to pay.
So while we may want to build in some reimbursement for the city for the cost of administrating the program, the sky's not the limit, because if the fees get too high, we'll either lose the companies we might want to keep, or the fees will become very high, which I know was an issue with the jump bikes, because people stopped riding them when they raised their fees, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I don't remember the date exactly, but possibly.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yes, City Attorney.
So just so everybody is clear what you would be voting on, which is, I believe, the motion that Councilmember Brock, I'm going to share my screen to show how the ordinance would change from what is in the current staff report, so that we're all on the same page. So I'll go ahead and put that up. So can everybody see that? It's got red line. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
So,
but I only see, is it only that one portion?
So I'll scroll through, but the first pilot program, which is under Chapter 3.21, would be extended through June 30th, 2021. Then we would amend the second pilot program to basically take effect so that permits issued pursuant to the second pilot program, Chapter 3.22, shall take effect on July 1st, 2021 and be of no further force or effect beyond June 30th, 2022, unless otherwise extended or terminated earlier by the city. So there would be a 1-year operation under Pilot Program 2. And then Section 3.22.040 would have to be amended if you want more than 3 shared mobility operator permits, because currently that section in the second pilot program limits it to 3 shared mobility operators. That would be what you would have to decide, and I'm not sure whether you want 4 or 3, whether we would need to make that amendment. So that's something else that would need to be part of the motion.
Is that it, George?
Yes, those would be the modifications that would be necessary to the ordinance, unless Kyle thinks there's something else.
So I guess I have not really stated my position, which is I'm opposed to the contract model, at least at this stage. As I said, I think this industry is in an early stage. The thing I keep thinking about is when airports used to have one vendor who had all the shops in the airport, and it sucked. Pardon my French, right? I think variety is the spice of life. I really think that we would do better, and I think we would do better seeing other models of mobility in the city. And in fact, if we were talking about a contract, maybe I would be willing to extend it to 2023 to see how these work, how it's going for Kyle. I may even in 2023 be opposed to a contract model, but I'm definitely opposed to it right now. So regardless of what happens, I will be voting against this. Councilmember Brock.
I would entertain an amendment because you just mentioned extending the pilot if we want to while we're in economic recovery, and being able to give Kyle 2 years to work on it and see if this works. I'd be fine with it. If you'd like to make a friendly amendment, I would be happy to accept that.
You mean the non-existent friendly amendment? Okay, I'm going to offer a friendly amendment that we not have the RFP process until 2023.
I will accept
July
that
1,
if my seconder will. If my seconder will accept it, I'll accept it.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
City manager.
Before you vote, council, I just want to be sure that Kyle has an opportunity to talk about what it will take to regulate for operators for the next 2 years. This is the program we've had, right? The permit program is what we've had. I just want to be sure he has that opportunity. I also understand that among staff, we think we could get a contract model for you by January 1st, 2022, if that has any impact on the decision. But
and I understand if everybody else likes the contract model and I don't, then I just vote against it and we have it, right? That's fine too. Councilmember McEwen.
Yeah, I haven't said much about this, but actually the contract model to me offers significant improvements in public safety, in the availability in all neighborhoods of the vehicles, and in the ability to have affordability pricing, which we, I think, need to look at. We saw that comparison chart of costs, and these vehicles right now are significantly more expensive to use than an automobile, and that's not the direction we want to be going in. We don't want to be encouraging people to use cars. We want them to have the option to use these micro-mobility vehicles, and we want it to be affordable. I'm wondering, since the city manager has just talked about January 1st, somehow we landed on June 30th as being the right transition date. Well, that's right at the beginning of the heaviest use period of the year. If you saw the graphs in that staff report, it might make a lot more sense for the transitions to be happening something like April 30th, so that it's at the beginning of a season that we have the new vehicles out there, that we're not doing that transfer in the switch between June and July, when the sun is out, the sun is high, the beaches are hot, and a lot of people are here. So I'd like that to have some consideration, but I do have to throw my weight, such as it is, toward the contract model. I think it's the better deal for the residents of the city.
Well, we have a motion on the floor. Kyle, we haven't heard from you about the 2023 date, which I think is where we are right now. What do you think of that in terms of how manageable that would be for you?
Well, as I understand the motion, it's again going, as I had talked before, about going through the two processes. So the date is now July 1st, 2023. That's correct? Yes. So, yeah, I mean, if the direction is to go through both the procurement processes, then, you know, I mean, that gives time to do it for sure. It's, you know, but the challenge is going to be in that, again, depending on who is selected from the first procurement, onboarding and it was quite an effort to get the 4 companies up and compliant. I don't think it will be as hard this time, truthfully, because I think, you know, the companies that we'll select will be a little more mature, but there are still going to be bumps and bruises in forging those relationships. So I think that's going to be challenging. I do think that, you know, and then simultaneously developing the RFP, it's doable over another 12-month period, but it's going to be challenging to make sure that all of the bad things that we've been trying to curb don't come back in force, and manage those while at the same time developing and focusing on a much different relationship that we're hoping to have and process.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, one important thing to say also is that these companies are maturing, you know, so and their technology is advancing, so there's a lot of good changes that are happening. But the other thing, as you said, Kyle, you're monitoring the negotiation process in Denver and also in Portland, and I think we'll be able to learn from those documents and from those experiences as well. So Santa Monica will reap the benefits of those other municipalities and their negotiations and so forth. So I just think, it does give us a little bit more time, and I think our city can get it right, and we can learn from the other cities as well. We put ourselves in a really good position to get, you know, better technology, better service providers, a better fit. So anyway, I think it's a win-win.
Councilmember McEwen.
Yeah, I want to go back and ask Kyle what he thinks about the appropriate time of year for a transition. I think June 30th, because it's the 5th year, but that may not be ideal operationally.
I mean, I agree with you that switching not in the middle of the season would be the best thing. It's going to be definitely the best thing for the operators, because once they get up and going, you know, in April and May, and especially now, because this summer we're going to be coming back from a really down year last year, they're not going to be excited if we kick them out and transition, and it's not going to be as good for the users going through user transitions like that. So I would agree with you, off season, you know. I think Lane had mentioned, you know, January 1st. So if the goal is to get to a contracting model faster, you know, we can push to try to get there by January 1st of next year. And that would be an alternative. But if we were to do that, then, you know, we wouldn't have capacity to also do a procurement for the RFP. So it's just a question of how fast do we want to get to the contracted model, and it sounds like there's, you know, split opinions up on the virtual dais about that. So, you know, I leave that to you all to discuss. But, that would be an alternative as well. And then there would be a transition, January 1st to the contracted model.
If that's pressing you on time, Kyle, what about April 1st?
April 1st of next year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's relatively what we proposed, was to switch to the contracting model by April 1st. But that is assuming that we just extend the current pilot without going through the additional procurement for new operators. There's not capacity in the 12-month period to do 2 procurements, because they would basically be simultaneous.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
I'm trying to understand the motion that's in front of us. I hear what Councilmember McEwen's saying, but the motion in front of us, just so I'm clear, because Mayor Himmelrich doesn't want a contract model and added a friendly amendment, which basically meant that we have the motion is the second pilot, and then in 2023 an RFP for contract. Is that?
Yes.
Just to make sure we're all on the same page, as I understand it right now, the motion before the council is to extend the first pilot program with its current operators through June 30th, 2021. To implement the second pilot project as of July 1st, 2021, and extend that through June 30th, 2023. Need direction on whether the motion expands the number of operators under the second pilot program to 4 or leaves it at 3. I'm not sure where the motion came out on that.
4, I think it's at 4.
So then it would expand the number of operators under the pilot program to 4 from 3. And then we would also need to do a minor cleanup amendment because the mobility department has moved from planning and community development to transit services. So we would have to substitute the director of transit services for the director of planning and community development as the person defined as the director under the second pilot program. So that's what I understand the motion to be right now, with direction then from council to try and move to the contracted model as of the end of the second pilot program, which would be July 1st, 2023. That's what I understand the current motion to be.
And I just want to make Mayor Himmelrich, you added this amendment as friendly just because it added 2 more years or another year? I mean,
it did because I want to see more variety in operators. I see that we're moving, that everybody else is in favor of the contract model, and I want to give Kyle enough time to do his work properly. That's why. Councilmember Brock.
Councilmember McEwen, I'm absolutely friendly if you want to move it to April 2023 or March or whenever. I don't have a dog in the fight either way, and I think staff should be able to come back to us earlier if they get it ready. It shouldn't have to be June 30th, 2023. I'm fine if they come back earlier. I don't know if we need to add a sentence or a phrase there, but if that's something you would like, Kevin, I'm happy to do that. I don't think there has to be a hard out either way, if that makes sense.
Councilmember McEwen.
I think to do an RFA and tell people what the pilot program parameters are, we have to give them an end date. So if you'd be happy making the end date March 30th instead of June 30th of 2023, I'm unhappy with the delay in contract, but at least what that would do is not have us make that transition from pilot to contract 9 days after the summer solstice. That just seems the wrong time to do it.
Council member, I would be absolutely fine with that. I want the staff to be able to do their job and all of us to do the best we can for the people of the city.
City manager.
Is your seconder fine with that?
I would totally support that. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Kevin, Councilmember McEwen, for making that recommendation. It aligns itself better for all purposes.
Lane.
So I just want to be sure council's clear. Council can obviously make any decision you want to. I want to be clear that the reason for our recommendation for moving to the contract model was to be in a negotiated posture and be less reactive. So if Kyle is running 4 operators through a permit program with code enforcement, that will mean that we are effectively still chasing these folks around in a permitted model, which I think is why you see some exhaustion on Kyle's face, even if we move it to 2 years. It's 4 operators, and it's not a different model. Let me say it this way clearly. It's not a different model than the one we've had, right? We've made some tweaks and improvements, but it's the same model that you've had. It's a permitted pilot model, which I just want to be sure, because there's been so much talk about dates and other things. I just want to be sure everybody's clear on that.
Councilmember Davis. I see you, Kristen.
So I agree with Kevin about the issue, but it's not just the end of the pilot. You're talking about beginning the pilot with potentially 2 new operators this year, June 30th, right?
That would be potentially 4 new operators.
Okay, potentially 4 new operators. You're right. I'm sorry. So if we're thinking that sort of creating chaos in the most chaotic time of our season is not a good idea, why in God's green earth are we talking about onboarding potentially 4 new operators at the end of June, which, by the way, is sneaking up on us already? I'm just curious.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Yeah, these 4 new. It'd be the addition of 2 new operators, right?
No,
the other 2, right?
No, under the pilot program, we run a competitive process, and we would select 4 operators. It may turn out that 2 of those are the 2 current, but it may turn out otherwise, depending on who puts in and what the selection is.
Okay, so we're looking at 4 more seasoned, more mature. These folks are paying attention. They're listening to us right now. They know that we have certain criteria and standards that we want them to meet. I think it's totally doable.
Councilmember McCowan.
So and again, my experience with RFP processes, it doesn't necessarily mean that the 4 we're going to get are the most mature and the most seasoned. And it doesn't always mean that. I think sometimes it can mean that their proposal just happened to be better, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the end result is always better. But with that being said, I guess the part that I'm concerned about in some of this, like adding time, and the reason I support a contract model in theory, is because I think it's really important that we finally get to the goals that council has been trying to get to since the regulation of this industry started, which is the affordability, which is the sustainability, which is like the good community partners and the community benefits. And I'm just very concerned that we're putting that off to try to wait and see more of what we kind of already see, whether we see it here or whether we see how it's unfolding in other cities. I really don't love this 2023 number, I have to say. I don't think Kyle needs that, and maybe I'm wrong. I think that is way too far out. I hear what people are saying about wanting to add more competition right now, but then Lane came back and said, well, we could potentially get to the contracted we could have an RFP ready to go with that by January, which could potentially get us to, by April, we know who our, contract is with, which kind of then syncs it up with what Councilmember McEwen wants as far as like a timetable for making changes with just an extension of the current pilot program. So, and then Councilmember Brock seemed to be okay with like not having new actors in until like April-ish. So if I guess I feel like the motion I'd prefer to have right now would be contract or no contract, right? And then once we deal with that, then we could potentially take up whether or not we incorporate a second pilot into the timeline. But I don't know.
Councilmember Brock. Look, I think we've talked it to death. Is everyone ready to vote? Why don't we just do a vote? Does anyone object to that? Good. Let's vote.
This is on Councilmember Brock's motion as seconded by Councilmember Delatorre, as we've discussed what that motion is, which is basically the second pilot program through March 30th, 2023, following the amendment.
Right.
I'll just say, yeah, we can vote on the motion. And I know where it's going to go because I can count just like everybody else sitting here. And what I'm saying is, I don't like what we're doing. But sure, let's vote on it.
Well, look, as I said, I don't like it. I don't like everything about it either. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Let's go.
Are we
ready? We're ready.
Okay, Councilmember Parr.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember McEwen.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
No.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So that motion passes 5-2. Did I count that right? 5-2. Made by Brock, seconded by Delatorre. Councilmember McCowan.
And so since everything was incorporated into that motion, every one of the staff actions that they were asking us to deal with, did we just completely bypass council, talking about any specifics about what we want the outcomes and priorities of any of this to be? I just want to be clear on that.
So the motion basically was to implement the second pilot program through March 30th, 2023, with direction to staff to then prepare to move to a contracted model as of April 1st, 2023. Council still has the ability, if you wish, to discuss the outcome priorities and direct staff on the outcome priorities to guide the contract negotiation process, or you could instruct staff to return at a later date to discuss that in connection with the contract negotiation process.
But George, to be clear, the rest of the ordinance was included unchanged. We passed the entire ordinance with the changes
right.
that were made.
That's correct. The ordinance piece is done. The pilot project is in place through March 30th, 2023, and direction is being given to staff to prepare and return and move to a contract model effective April 1st, 2023. I think what Councilmember McCowan was raising was, is there still time to discuss and provide direction on the outcome priorities to guide the contract negotiation process? What I was suggesting was you might want to postpone that to a later date since there's more time.
Interim City Attorney, I'm afraid people are confused. So there's no ability to set the priorities for the pilot program through 2023 because it's already in the municipal code and the RFA is already written. So
that's correct. If you were to change that, then the RFA would have to be rewritten, and I'm not sure that the timing would work.
So you would be setting priorities for 2023.
Right. So we have time. I think that's the city attorney's point, that we can come back, particularly after we experience this next summer, and see if the priorities have shifted at all, I believe. Councilmember Brock, and I see you, Kevin.
We do need to work on something else. We have the issue of the bicycles on the bike path. So we do need to decide on that.
Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I believe that was exactly what I was asking about. That was part of the staff recommendation. We changed certain parts of the staff recommendation, but we incorporated in that what the staff had recommended, which is to allow bicycles back on the bike path, even if they're up to Class 2 electric.
Did we, George?
Well, that was my understanding. In other words, there was no motion to change that as presented by staff. So as of right now, my understanding is that that was part of the motion. In other words, adopting the ordinance with the amendments to the pilot program, but with the recommendation for the modifications relating to the e-bikes.
I think now we move to 7C.
Item 7C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 7.68, Floodplain Management Regulations to ensure compliance with FEMA Guidelines. And I don't believe you have any callers on this item.
Thank you. Do we have a staff report? A new face. Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet everyone.
Nice to meet you.
Well, first timer.
Let me know if you guys are able to hear me clearly and able to see my screen before I start presenting.
Yes. Although, you need to, so we see the sidebar where your slides are. You need to just focus on the PowerPoint itself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to read the individual slides if we can see the side panel. There you go.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Good job.
Yeah, I was just waiting for my colleagues to join me. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Mohammed Dakwar from Public Works, and I'm accompanied tonight by City colleagues Alex Nezarchuk and Curtis Castle. I am going to be briefing you on the proposed update to the Floodplain Ordinance. I am going to begin tonight's presentation by giving some background on the existing ordinance and discussing the proposed amendment and map update. Followed by this, I will cover the outcomes. I will then close with time for any questions. The City of Santa Monica participates in the National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered by FEMA. By participating in this program, property owners in the City of Santa Monica are able to purchase flood insurance. On January 13th of 2009, the city adopted the existing ordinance, Municipal Code Chapter 7.68. But recently, FEMA has reached out to the city regarding changes that need to be adopted into the existing code. City staff members reviewed the existing ordinance. The majority of it was already in compliance with FEMA's request. However, some updates need to be addressed to meet new federal requirements and to make sure that the city stays in good standings with the National Flood Insurance Program. The two key updates consist of an added standard for coastal high hazard areas. What that means in non-engineering terms is that there is a 1% chance of flooding in any given year. However, as the map shows, there are no properties in that zone. These standards apply for both residential and non-residential new construction and improvements valued at 50% of the structure. Any new structure will need to be elevated and anchored to the foundation. The structural supports holding the lowest floor has to be at an elevation above the one shown on the map. The area below the lowest floor cannot be used for human occupancy, but can be used as a parking space or storage. These standards for coastal high hazard areas were previously not in the ordinance, but are now required, although they would not impact any property. In addition, new standards will now be added for manufactured homes, which was not in the prior ordinance, but now required by FEMA. As an example of a manufactured home is a pre-assembled home transported on site and placed on permanent foundation. Independent from the adoption of the new ordinance, FEMA updated their flood insurance map. Both FEMA and city staff conducted public outreach. FEMA held 3 meetings and the city mailed 2 notices to the affected properties, as well as answered any questions that they might have. The most recent mailer was sent in December of 2020. The map is updated frequently by the federal government due to changes in climate and rise in sea level. With the map update, 85 beachfront homes will now be in the special flood hazard area. The blue outline shows the affected area. This means that within the blue area, there is a 1% or greater chance of flooding in any given year. In the next slide, I will cover how it specifically impacts these 85 properties. Property owners with mortgages backed by the federal government are required to purchase flood insurance. Prior to the map update, this was not a requirement in the city of Santa Monica. If new construction or future improvements to a structure exceeds 50% of the structure's value, it will become necessary for the entire structure to comply with the design requirements in the existing ordinance. The beachfront properties in the special flood hazard area could potentially be substantially damaged. Substantial damage refers to damage in structures in which the cost of restoration of the structure to pre-damage conditions would be equal to or greater than 50% of the structure's market value before the damage took place. The update will ensure that the City of Santa Monica is compliant with FEMA's guidelines, as well as allow property owners to remain eligible in obtaining national flood insurance. The map will become effective on April 21st of 2021. Thank you for your time. Me and my colleagues are here to answer any of your questions.
And do we still have no chits, by the way? Can you take the screen down so I can see everybody? Because right now I can't. That would be good. Does anyone have any? I can't see anybody when that's there. Anyone have any questions? Councilmember McEwen.
Do we have any choice in this?
All questions will be redirected to Alex and Curtis.
You just give the report. But great report.
We're doing this to be compliant with standards, so really more or less ministerial, right? We don't have a lot of choice here.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Alex again, your city engineer. The city attorney's office and my office went through the ordinance consultation with the building and planning, and we try to make some tweaks to it, but there's very minor updates to the ordinance. Most of the ordinance is already in existence, so we have to comply with FEMA regulations. This is why this is for you.
And Councilmember McEwen, that's my understanding as well, that the amendments are basically to comply with FEMA requirements in order to enable us to continue to be able to provide what we do.
So I'm going to move the staff recommendation, and I think Kevin will second it since he's chewing right now. But
I'll second.
Oh, good. Moved by me, seconded by Oscar De La Torre, whose name I obviously am still mispronouncing.
You don't count people who are chewing.
I would have counted you.
I did second the motion.
Okay, moved by Himmelrich, seconded by McEwen. Sorry, Oscar. You got the next one. May we take a vote, please?
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes. So that was a motion made by me, seconded by Councilmember De La Torre, passing unanimously. Thank you. And we're on to 7E.
Yes. Item 7E, introduction and adoption of an urgency ordinance adding Santa Monica Municipal Code Chapter 4.65.5 to implement hero pay for certain workers providing essential services during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I believe we have callers for this one.
And I believe that Councilmember McCowan would like to make a statement.
Yes, please. Okay. My husband is an employee of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. I have sought formal guidance from the FPPC related to issues that come before council that pertain to UFCW union members or their staff. Pending that guidance, out of an abundance of caution, I will be recusing on item 7E this evening.
And we will miss you. Goodbye. Councilmember Brock.
Since I can watch this on YouTube, do I have to completely hang up, or can I just?
I turned off my everything, and just because it's too hard, if you can't log back in, I just turned off everything.
You have to disconnect yourself from participation in the meeting.
Got it. So actually hang up.
Hang up from your role as a participant.
Okay.
Turn your camera and your mic off.
Screen, but you cannot participate.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Brock.
You're muted. Councilmember Brock.
I'm sorry. I need to make a statement regarding a possible potential Brown Act violation that I hope I'm curing right now. This morning, I received from the Santa Monica Quaker Meeting CLUE, Santa Monica West Side Committee, an email in support of the Hero Pay Ordinance. I responded to the email with the following. My father was a retail clerk at Market Basket, Kroger-owned, supermarket in Venice for 15 years, and a shop steward for Local 1442. I will always support our supermarket employees. When I sent this response, I mistakenly sent it reply all, which meant that my response went to all of the other council members. It also went to the council meeting items mailbox, meaning it has been attached to the agenda with respect to this item. I'm disclosing this now so that my email communication that mistakenly went to all the other council members can be part of the open and public discussion of this agenda item. Following my email, I did not discuss this agenda item with any other council members. George?
Thank you. So I just to clarify one thing, I checked the emails that were attached to the written agenda. Councilmember Brock's email response was supposed to be attached to that. It was not. However, the email from Santa Monica Quaker Meeting, CLUE Santa Monica West Side Committee was attached to the agenda, and Councilmember Brock has now read the complete text of what his response was into the record. Given that, while the email could potentially violate the Brown Act, I believe that the disclosure of the contents of the email and the ability of both the public and the other council members to discuss and consider it as part of the open session, public comment and discussion on this item will cure any potential Brown Act violation. And with that, I believe we can proceed with this item.
And before we do, may I ask a quick question? Could we set the default on council emails to reply rather than reply all?
We are looking into that and have already made an inquiry to ISD to see if that is possible. We'll get back to you on whether that can be done.
Thanks, George. Let's have a staff report.
So this is going to be me. I'm going to share my screen and start going through. So this item is in response to council direction that was given on January 12th, 2021. The direction was to return with an emergency ordinance implementing Hero Pay to require large grocery store chains and drug retailers to provide an extra $5 per hour to frontline workers temporarily during the pandemic, consistent with any such measures imposed in unincorporated Los Angeles County. The basis for the ordinance, as it has been in the basis for what's being proposed, as it has been in other jurisdictions that have passed similar ordinances, is in fact the higher risks that have been faced by grocery and drugstore workers during the pandemic. Those workers have been designated as essential workers under the health orders that have been in place, and their businesses have been essential businesses, so the stores have remained open and workers have been required to continue to work. This has involved continued and unavoidable contact with customers on a daily basis. And now, even though the pandemic, hopefully with the vaccines, is moving towards being better. There are a number of new and potentially more contagious variants out there to which workers may be exposed as they continue to work in the stores. Other cities and counties, as I noted, have passed these ordinances. Here are some of the summaries. In general, they have focused on larger grocery and drug stores and retail stores that are larger and devote a significant portion of their floor space to groceries and drug retail sales. The amount of pay required has varied, generally between $3 and $5 an hour, depending on the jurisdiction. As you'll see here on this slide, both Los Angeles City at the top and Los Angeles County, the jurisdiction on which staff was directed to model the ordinance, have implemented $5 hero pay amounts and have focused on the same stores, grocery and drug retail stores and retail stores with 85,000 square feet that dedicate 10% of their floor space to grocery or drug retail and that employ 300 or more nationally and more than 10 at the location. The proposed ordinance mirrors these and, in fact, tracks directly the Los Angeles County ordinance. Other cities and counties, as I noted, have implemented them, including West Hollywood, which also implements $5 in hero pay and has a similar coverage. The proposed ordinance, as we've noted, is modeled on Los Angeles County, applies to operators of retail grocery stores, retail drug stores, and large retail stores that are publicly traded or that employ 300 or more workers nationwide and employ more than 10 employees per store. It requires these stores to pay employees an extra $5 per hour in hero pay. Consistent with Los Angeles County's ordinance, it provides for an allowance to allow employees to elect to take their hero pay as paid leave. According to the legislative history in Los Angeles County, this election on the part of employees to allow them to take their hero pay as paid leave was implemented out of concern that some employees were earning low enough amounts that they qualified for benefits, and they did not want to have the extra pay, if taken as pay, to deprive them of their ability to qualify for those benefits, so they provided this option. Our proposed ordinance includes that, since we were directed to track Los Angeles County. The Los Angeles County ordinance also provides store operators with a credit against the required hero pay for voluntarily provided hazard pay. It does not give a credit for past pay. It's only for current pay that is ongoing. It establishes enforcement mechanisms, including a prohibition on retaliation against an employee who seeks to enforce the hero pay provisions. It includes administrative fines and private causes of actions for employees. Like the Los Angeles County ordinance, our proposed ordinance includes a grace period of 45 days for payment, but not accrual. In other words, the accrual would begin on the operative date of the ordinance, but there is a grace period of 45 days provided to allow employers to implement payment systems that will include the hero pay. That's what Los Angeles County did. Like Los Angeles County, it provides for a sunset period after 120 days. In other words, the hero pay will terminate after 120 days. So that's the proposed ordinance. There are some alternatives that council could consider. We have followed Los Angeles County in applying this only to grocery and drug retail stores that are of sufficient size. You could choose to apply it to all grocery and drug retail stores regardless of size. You could select a different level of hero pay. You could set a cap on wages to which the hero pay would apply. In other words, only for those earning minimum wage or some other wage ceiling. You could eliminate the alternative to take hero pay as paid leave, could modify the grace period and or the sunset period. With respect to the first four of these, all of those would take Santa Monica out of being consistent with Los Angeles City and Los Angeles County, which is, as we've noted in the staff report, there is a value to being consistent with, in particular, Los Angeles City, which borders us, and Los Angeles County, which covers all the unincorporated areas in Los Angeles County. In terms of the grace period, we did receive a comment suggesting that the grace period be modified so that rather than being 45 days, the grace period for employers to implement the actual payment system mesh with Los Angeles County and simply be set at April 12th, which is when the grace period expires in Los Angeles County. So that would be an option that also council could consider, which would be an easy modification of the proposed ordinance. So that's the end of our staff report. I'm happy to try and answer questions.
So we do have speakers. I want to thank you, George, because you did something that I always love to see. You gave us all the alternatives, and I really appreciate when we have options. I just have to tell you, so I thought that was a great report. Thank you very much. Do people want to hold their questions until after we hear public comment? I don't. Great. Let's have public comment then.
Okay.
Transferring Cindy McQuaid.
Cindy McQuaid, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You're in the meeting.
Oh, okay. Someone's still talking.
Yeah, there's a delay. So turn down your
Oh,
TV
I'm
or your
sorry.
computer. That's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Yes. My name is Cindy Hi. My name is Cindy McQuaid. I'm a member of the First United Methodist Church of Santa Monica, and I'm a member of Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, CLU. So I am speaking tonight to encourage you to support the Hero Pay Ordinance. And I know that you all have compassion, and I know that you all have concern for the well-being and dignity of workers. But the wisdom comes in taking the action to make the difference. So thank you for your leadership, for your time, for your patience, and your energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our final caller on this item.
Councilmember McEwen.
Well, I want to make the motion. I think that we've waited for this. I thank staff for having so accurately reflected what we asked for. Unfortunately, LA County took longer than we thought it would. It's been 8 weeks now since we first asked for this through no fault of ours. The one change I'd like to make to the staff recommendation is to go along with moving the grace period from the 45 days originally set by the county to a fixed date of April 12th, which would then put us in exact lockstep with the county. The city of LA had no grace period. I think that creates some enforcement difficulties that we don't need with reduced staff, but I think going to April 12th makes all the sense in the world. So I will move the staff recommendation with the grace period to be until April 12th.
I'll second that.
And it's seconded by the entire council. No, it's seconded by Member Davis. I'm pretty sure you were first. Any comment? Let's take a vote.
I was going to make a quick comment. And I sort of said that earlier when I did my disclaimer about the Brown Act. But my father was a proud member of the Food Service Worker Local 1442, which I guess Kristen's husband now works for, their successor. And my father worked on Lincoln Boulevard at Market Basket for over 15 years. My grandfather was unfortunately a butcher with no union benefits. But my dad marched and picketed for the union several times. And I was honored when I was a little kid. I got to hold a picket sign and go with him to 1442, which was on 2nd and Santa Monica. I'm honored to be able to vote for this.
I remember
Councilmember De La Torre, I'm sorry. It's getting a little late. It's 3 in the morning here.
Really quick, I wanted to acknowledge Councilmember McEwen for bringing this forward to us. I think it's a very, very important policy. And then I also want to acknowledge Trader Joe's for the letter they sent us and for them, being ahead of us and actually being ahead of the whole industry and for many years, even prior to COVID, for doing the right thing on behalf of their workers. So I'm proud to vote on this policy here.
Let's take a vote, Denise.
Okay. Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Parra.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, so that was a motion made by McEwen, seconded by Davis, passes unanimously.
And we managed to pass that before midnight, so it takes effect tomorrow.
Yay! And now, I guess we're on to the 13 item.
Yes. Item 13A is request of Councilmember Davis that in order to promote the creation of more affordable housing, council directs staff to explore the possibility of using an affordable housing overlay, such as the one adapted by Cambridge, Massachusetts, or the one contemplated by Berkeley, California. Staff may return to council with the requested information recommendation as part of the discussion related to the housing element or as a separate item as staff sees fit. And we have no callers for this item. But we do have, I believe we have a video person. Yes, we have a video
what?
A video caller.
Okay, well, let's let Councilmember Davis address her item, and then we will hear from her.
Okay, so I'll try and be brief because I know it's late, particularly for you, Mayor. When we talk about housing, the issue of affordability always comes up. And Cambridge, Massachusetts in 2019 adopted a 100% affordable housing overlay, which effectively provides incentives to build, but only to projects that are 100% affordable housing. It can be across a range of affordability, but it has to be deed restricted. And it does allow for what we allow on our boulevards, which is ground floor commercial or retail or something. So you don't necessarily have housing on the ground floor of your boulevards, but they have to be essentially 100% affordable projects. Certainly, Cambridge has found it to be quite successful. It's been adopted in a variation in Oakland, and I haven't caught up with them tonight, but Berkeley is actually talking about it tonight. So it is something that specifically addressed the issue of developing more deed-restricted affordable housing. And the purpose of this is simply to direct staff to explore it. There's lots of information out there. In fact, anyone who's interested, on Thursday, the Harvard, I can't remember what it is, it's the JC any something, but Harvard is actually doing a webinar on how the affordable housing overlay can be implemented in other cities. So it's something that cities are looking at as a way to generate specifically affordable housing. And as the item indicates, the idea is to leave it to staff whether they want to bring it back separately or as part of the housing element, depending on how they think it would fit best, if in fact council directs them to do so.
Thank you for putting this on the agenda. Let's hear from our caller.
Okie doke. Natalia Zernitskaya, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now. Would you like me to turn on your video?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, and congratulations. We're almost done with this council meeting before midnight. So I just wanted to voice support on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Monica for this 13A item. California's housing shortage, as you all know, is very dire, and we are in support of the proposed recommendation set forth in item 13A for staff to explore the possibility of using an affordable housing overlay in Santa Monica. With our great need for new homes over the next 8 years as part of the housing element and in general, approximately 69% of which will need to be affordable, this would be a potential measure that would be great for staff to explore as described in item 13A. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Councilmember Brock.
The Cambridge model, I think, has great potential. And I love the fact that the deed restriction does not expire, which keeps the overall prices, those of that land, and the value down. And I wish Community Court was able to do that without an expiration date on their land values. So I think we should explore it. The only caution that I would say is we need to look at the other models and then make sure we come up with a uniquely Santa Monica measure that really works for our community. So I will support the motion when it's made, but I want to make sure when it comes back that we really look at our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis, would you like to move the item?
Yes, I move item 13A.
I'll second that.
I'm sorry I beat you, Phil. Moved by
That's
Davis,
okay.
seconded by Himmelrich. Let's take a vote. Denise?
I'm sorry, I'm on. Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan? Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously, made by Davis, seconded by Himmelrich.
And if I can, Mayor, I just want to say it's the Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard is doing a free webinar on March 11th, and it's www.jchs.harvard.edu, and it's called Affordable Housing Zoning and Bottom Line, What Other Cities Can Learn from the 100% Overlay.
Great.
So hopefully staff at a minimum can take a peek at that and see what they have to say.
And now we're on to 14 items.
Okay, item 14 is public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And I know you have at least one member of the public, one caller for this.
I think we have 2 callers and 1 video for this item so far. And I just want to mention our video caller, John Dalrymple. We have sent you a request to interact live, and you need to accept that request. So you'll see a check mark on your hand icon on the upper right-hand side of your window. If you click on that and then click on Interact Live, you'll be in a position where we can unmute you. And we're just waiting for the callers to be transferred in.
Thank you, Corey. You've been great.
Welcome.
This has been a challenging evening.
You're welcome.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
Good evening. Tonight's issue is the Housing Authority staff leaving affordable housing tenants to fend for themselves with ownership and management who abuse the affordable housing tenants that reside in their building. And I've heard more stories than just mine. For example, 3 years now with Sierra Corporate Management and Greystar, almost 2 years due to them both allowing a tenant to pour white powder into the common areas, of which makes me and other tenants sick. Then when you try to bring it up to the management, they refuse to acknowledge the conditions and or blame it on someone else. Management supervisor isn't much better. At least he acknowledges the situation, but then sold me a song and dance that it was going to be thoroughly cleaned up at the beginning of this month, which never happened. So if as an affordable housing tenant, if you can't get reasonable accommodation for conditions in the building that are harming you, wouldn't that be seen as abuse as well as if management or higher refuses to address it? Doesn't our rent include these services? So would it appear that we are not receiving we're not receiving those services except to take and process our rent payments? We suffered through this abuse management of not being available to us with William Brown of Sierra Corporate Management. And now we're seeing the same level of service from Rochelle Herr from Greystar. Why are affordable housing tenants not worth more than a one-star management company? And since the Housing Authority will take no action on our behalf, no matter how many situations or how many people contact them, we affordable housing tenants are left to have to suffer and be abused by management. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Alan Shanahan.
Alan Shanahan, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Alan Shanahan, and I'm the president of AFSCME Local 1902, which represents about 8 different water agencies throughout Southern California, including 80% of the workforce at Metropolitan Water District. A couple of weeks ago, the chair of our Women's Caucus came and spoke to you. I'm following up on that and wanted to let you know that we truly appreciate Director Abdo and her advocacy for the women and other employees at Metropolitan. We're dealing with a culture of bullying, discrimination, harassment, severe retaliation in many cases, safety violations, and other abuses in the workplace. We're seeking the support of many of the member agencies in regards to our employees, as well as the JLAC that is currently being worked on in Sacramento. This has been a long struggle for many of the employees at Metropolitan. It is something that is pervasive throughout the agency, and as you've probably seen in the LA Times and even the editorial on Monday, there's going to be more information coming out. It's just the tip of the iceberg. But we wanted to make sure we shared our appreciation for Director Abdo speaking up today, because managers created a petition saying that this is a minority or a minor issue that only affects a couple of people, when in fact those claims are wrong, and they're circulating a petition to try and get employees to sign on to it. And Metropolitan Management then placed that petition on their official public website, so that way outside individuals could also sign on to the petition, which only serves to further retaliate against these women that were brave to come out. One member, LGBTQ member, that decided to transition, we warned HR. Manager decided to call them a transvestite. Said, I love transvestites, I would marry a transvestite. This is just one example. Another example was last week an employee's hand was crushed, and there was clearly some safety issues there, because as soon as the employee was rushed to the hospital, they immediately implemented safety procedures to protect employees that had to go down there further. So with that, I'll close out and say thank you for sending us such an amazing director that supported adding the petition to the MWD agenda today. Unfortunately failed because it needed a 2/3 vote, but more information will likely come out on that, and we hope we can count on the City Council's support as well. Have a good evening, and hope you get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Dalrymple, I see that you wanted to speak in the meeting as a video caller. You need to click on the hand in the upper right-hand corner of your Blue Jeans window, and then the Interact Live button, and then I'll be able to unmute you. And you'll be our final commenter for the night. Well, I think...
Did he fall off?
He may have fallen asleep.
I don't blame him.
There. I know. No. I didn't mean it that way.
No. Yeah. I'm telling you. Don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's council's call. I can.
Or do we have a number to call him back or something? What?
I see him still listed in the attendee.
Yeah, he's there, and we've invited him to interact live. He just has to click the button in order for us to be able to unmute him.
Do you think he has the screen live in front of him by any chance?
Well, if he's in as an attendee, he likely would in order to see the meeting.
Well, so the thing is, if his computer falls asleep, but he's signed in, Kevin.
You're all clap.
I have a feeling, when the computer's asleep, so he doesn't hear us, or we could all yell. Do we have any adjournments tonight? Thank goodness. So our next meeting, it says here is Tuesday, March 23rd, but that actually is wrong. Our next meeting is Saturday, March 13th at 1:30 p.m. And as I asked you before, if anybody is still listening, please send us any suggestions you have as to what you think should be our priorities for the budget discussions that we'll be having. Thank you all and good night. This meeting is adjourned.